Will you please give me the thing where I can just like, oh, what the fuck? What was that? I don't know what I just did, but we're going to get rid of that. Go to my channel. I'm going to copy link. Going to edit links. As I continue to talk to myself like a fucking grown-ass man. What did I do? Edit. Backspace, enter, enter. Edit. Backspace, enter, enter. Okay. I will be right back for anyone who is not listening. Not listening. Okay. Everyone has been fed. No one can be angry at me anymore. I'm sorry, kid. I just had nothing for you. Okay. That's done. Man. When was the last time I made a video? A year ago. Man. Sorry about that. I'm almost ready to go. Create. Link. Paste. Insert. I said yo-yo. Talking about life updates, Minecraft, and Lily Orchards. Gardening tips. Promise I didn't steal this from Aunt. image and say, and I'm finally trying to live stream. I am bad at it. Okay, so I think we got it all. Let's see. I look like I'm on. We can add the screen capture back. The second time you try, I thought it says cry. It's because I'm not wearing my glasses. Okay, let's see. We're going to go back to single player. We're going to go back to this one. You're not missing anything by me starting this. I literally am in a hole waiting for the night to pass by because it's raining. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh no. Anything that spawned I'm gonna fucking die. Let's see. So I disappeared for a hot minute. Wow, Nettle is really hungry. I'm glad to see that she's eaten. I had to disappear for a second. I tried to start this live stream a few minutes ago. I ended up falling around in the ocean trying to find land because I want to find a village. It's still night. And I ended up in the ocean and I passed by 2 temples and 2 boats. 2 wrecks, one of which was filled with gravel, so I didn't even try. And then I went forever and ever and ever, and I found a little bit of a jungle, and it became night, so I was like, I'm going to hide in a hole. So I thought that was smart. And now it's raining. I'm going to fucking die within like 10 minutes. Anyway, so for people who are going to eventually find this and aren't familiar with me, hi, my name is Icarus, and I am an artist, I am a writer, and I am a fantastic, wonderful, the best cashier at my grocery store. I made videos a while back, a couple of years ago, trying to talk about gender and politics and all of those fun things. And it's stuff that I like to talk about. It's stuff that I care about quite a lot. So, why did I stop? Very short answer, MFA program, Master of Fine Arts. 2-year program, very, very intense. Made all the more intense when I found myself needing to also get a job. And basically, I have spent the past 2 years moving about every 8 months, as well as trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with my life. I've not had much of a social life. I haven't done anything except really go to school, go to work, go home, and take care of my pets. Why does any of this matter? It doesn't really. I just wanted to give an explanation for people who have been like waiting and subscribing to me over the years why I've been gone. I also want to give context for in the future when you guys get videos from me talking about art stuff, because you will be. This channel has always been less about monetization and more about me trying to talk about my ideas and getting them out there in a way that is somewhat comprehensible. And yeah, so one of the things that people have noticed, I'm sure, is that I'm not the best orator, and trying to talk and do this when playing hardcore Minecraft for the very first time. Hardcore Minecraft. This is not the first time I played Minecraft. I have been playing since 2012, but doing all this at the same time is like an ADHD nightmare, but it's fine. We're going to get through it, and we'll get to the Lily Orchard stuff in just a minute, and that's going to be what I'm hoping to turn into an actual video. But yeah, life updates. I finished my program. I graduated in the end of May. And then 2 weeks later-ish, I found out that my school was closing, which was fun. I don't know if anybody that watches me or will be watching me follows TikTok stuff at all, but according to one of my friends, my school was on TikTok. University of the Arts in Philadelphia. I'm not worried about doxing me. I'm a cashier in a grocery store in Philadelphia, which has like over 1 million people. Good luck finding me. Anyway, so I found out my school is shutting down. Nobody knew about it. We went through commencement and had a big old swearing in ceremony for the new president. It was like the first female president, even though she goes by she, they pronouns, so it's like I automatically think that Carrie Walk is probably non-binary, but you know, I don't know her. So who am I to say, really? So we went through commencement, my work friend was there for all of that, and then we find out, oh no, the school is shutting down because of financial issues. And they got their accreditation pulled. Here's the thing. So, where I live, there's this another place called PAFA. It's the Philadelphia Academy of Fine Arts, if I remember that completely correctly. If anyone else is from Philadelphia and I got it wrong, correct me. I don't care. I don't mind. I mean, I like to be corrected. Anyway. So, PAFA also had to shut down they're not shutting down completely, but they had to shut down their degrees. And this seems to be part of a larger trend where it looks like art-focused schools are losing the ability to, like, have art degree specific programs, which when your school is entirely art-based, that is a little bit of a problem. And so we find ourselves looking at PAFA and looking at how UArts is like, yeah, we can totally take on your students. And PAFA started making this process, and it was taking about a year and a half to 2 years, something like that. They were taking their time with it. They were doing everything correctly, essentially. And then UArts was like, hey, by the way, we don't know if we're going to have enough money to make it through to the fall. And they told that to the accreditation board, and the accreditation board was like, no, fuck you guys, that's not how you're supposed to do this. We're going to yoink your accreditation because you cannot be doing it like this. You are failing your students. And that is how people got emails asking for fall payments, and then like not even 6 hours later they got another email saying, hey, the school is closing. And it's just been very, very chaotic. From what I understand, teachers haven't been paid for their last like couple of months and that sort of thing, and students have got like left out in the cold. There's a chance that Temple, which is another school around here, is going to take on some of the buildings in Broad Street. Some of the schools around here have opened their doors to the students. Notably not some of the big names. I don't think Penn ever opened their doors, but Temple and Drexel. So the students aren't being left out in the cold. One of the things that's a little frustrating is I'm probably not going to be able to find teaching positions very easily for the spring, because with an entire school shut down, there's going to be I'm going to have a little more competition. And one of the things that I have known I'd be struggling with my career choice is making it sustainable, living solely off of that. And that's a future me problem. I have my job as a cashier. It's decent, and I get decent enough pay. I'm almost to a living wage, which is always funny to say. What have we got going on here? Oh, it's a wolf. I knew that the wolves updated, but oh my gosh. You're so pretty. I love you. I want you. I know I can't have you guys. I don't have a bone. It's fine. What I'm doing is I am currently looking for a village. And once I have a village, I will be able to... Where did that fucking cow go? But my goal is village, turn that village into my home base, live in a library. The rest of the steps will sort themselves out from there. So, that is what we're doing right now. We are wanderers of the night. Or rather, wanderers of the day, hide in a hole during the night. But yeah, so one of the things I've been dealing with is the fact that I don't think I'll be able to easily find a teaching position with my degree. I've applied to a couple of nonprofits in hopes of like working with homeless people or very significantly disabled people making artwork, which are also things I'm interested in, but they don't seem to be very interested in me. I don't know if it's just because I was open about being unmedicated currently and struggling a little bit. I just don't know. I also probably just don't have the qualifications needed yet. So, one of the things I'm doing is I'm hoping to teach some workshops at a community print program. So that is currently on my list of things. I'll be checking my emails tonight to see if the program director for that has applied to me at all. She's one of my teachers, so it's a thing that's definitely happening and she's working with me, but I have to try and stay on top of it and not make it feel like she's having to do all the work for me. I'm going to get medication again in November. Basically, that's when open enrollment for Penny, which is Philadelphia's version of Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act sort of thing. I lost my insurance because COVID is quote-unquote over. Always fun. And since COVID's quote-unquote over, they changed like the Medicare, Medicaid shit and made it so that I no longer qualify. Plus now I'm working full-time every day, 40 hours a week, even though my body hates me for that. And we just gotta deal. You know, it is what it is. And that's okay. We're making it through. I am by no means in a bad place. I'm saving up money. I will be having some money soon. And I have a room in a nice house. Well, nice is a little overkill for it, but I like it well enough. And I don't know. Despite everything that's been going on, despite everything that's happened over the past couple of years, and despite the fact that I'm currently in a massive bipolar downswing for depression, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm feeling pretty happy. And I think I have a good path moving forward. So, that's it for update on my life. Update on channel stuff is I'm back. I'm going to be streaming for the foreseeable future and trying to turn my streams into slightly edited videos that will have topics ranging from pop culture and literary criticism and book reviews, writing reviews, going back into my Whipping Girl series because that has never stopped being important to me. Fun fact, I've managed to lose all of my notes for that. I don't know how. I'm very upset about it. But that's where we're at. God damn it. Just run. Just run, Icarus. It's fine. We will be figuring things out. It will take a while. But I'm going to get back in the saddle again. There. And we're back in the dark. We'll let that go out. Why am I expecting to get at it? Anyway, so while we're in the dark, yeah, that's pretty much life update, channel update. Lipping Girl will be coming back. I feel like I was getting aggressively mean with it last time, so we're going to kind of take a step back, try and be more thorough, and really look into the source documentation the best I can. And I want to be able to actually have all of my notes and keep them so that I can share them with each video and eventually turn them into like a little document at the end of the whole thing for people who are more interested in like text-based versus video-based feedback. But that's it for that. We're going to be in the dark for a minute, so let's go ahead and get started by bringing up my other thing, which is, let's see, show. And I think I can make this a little bigger. Can I make you a little smaller? Actually, maybe I should, can I bring this forward? Rotate. No, I don't want to rotate. Group. No. Can you tell I've never used this stuff before? Because I can't. I don't understand what any of this is. I don't like the fact that there's a skeleton. Edit, transform, reset, stretch to screen, fit to screen, da 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 da. I don't know. We're making this smaller. Get smaller, idiot. There we go. And bringing that up here. So these writing tips by Lily Orchard were posted, I think, like 3 years ago or so now. I honestly can't remember. Let me look that up. Lily Orchard writing tips. Let's see. So I'm going to the Imgur account, or I'm going to the Twitter account that saved it. Yeah, so they saved it November 18th, 2020. So they very likely, this was 2020 then, so almost 4 years ago now. And hear me rambling. I'm sorry. Let's see, where did my thing go? I have everything open. I can hear the skeleton in my ear. I don't like that. Anyway, so one of the things for me is, no, you know, we need to start over with this a little bit. Hi, I'm in a hole. Don't worry about that. We're going to talk about Lily Orchard, and not worry about the skeleton that's literally rattling outside of my hole. I am the skeleton in the skeleton's closet, let's say that. Or rather, I am the puppet in the skeleton's closet. We're going FNAF 4, baby. Anyway. Lily Orchard. Who is she? Why do you care? Why do I care? Lily Orchard is ostensibly a children's cartoon review critic on YouTube. She's been around for a hot minute, and she has a lot of controversy around her, to put it very mildly. To put it very bluntly, she is well known for being accused of being an abuser to her sister, as well as several of her exes, and she also is kind of very hateful to her critics. She's got everything against her. I don't want to go into it in too much detail because that is a lot, and I don't really know what YouTube streaming, like, what they would do, if they would do anything. And I don't know what's happening here. What? Anyway, now there's a zombie. Cool. Awesome. Great. I'm going to be surrounded. If I die, I'm not going to be surprised, but if I die, I'm going to start a easier world and go from there instead. At least it's no longer raining, so hopefully when the inevitable happens, they will burn up, because I'm not too near any trees. So, Lily Orchard. She is a critic, question mark, quotation marks. She has a levy of serious accusations against her that I do personally lean on the side of, I can see it, I can understand where these criticisms, where these accusations are coming from, and they are very believable, versus her side of the story, which is that everybody is lying about her, that she was the one who was abused, kind of like a nuh-uh, you did it to me sort of deal. And yeah, I can't get into it without going into too much detail. And usually I don't care about that stuff, but this is my first stream. So, how did I get onto her radar? Or how did she get on my radar, rather? The Steven Universe is garbage and here's why video. Like, I have always enjoyed, since I've joined the internet, I've always enjoyed the whole media literacy, media criticism videos. And that's what got me into feminism to begin with. It was stuff like Anita Sarkeesian. I've since moved on past her. I've grown past her, of course, but that was kind of like baby's first steps away from growing up to being a Trump supporter. We can put it like that, because that is not inaccurate. Okay, sun is coming up. I am now completely out of... Oh, I did have dirt. That figures. But, yeah, if it wasn't for delving into that sort of thing, I probably would have ended up voting for Trump in 2016. And it's not a fun thing to admit, but it is the truth based off of how I was raised and how ignorant I was at the time. So, when her Steven Universe is garbage and here's why video came out, I, of course, listened to it, and I am needing to send a link to someone. These are the bits that I'm going to be cutting out, by the way, when I make the video, so it is a little more coherent and isn't me drifting off into nowhere. And I will talk to you... Let's see, I'll actually send this. I will talk about the labyrinth. Smiley face. Actually, that is the cat face. That's fine. It counts. Okay. I'm free. Okay, and I think there's another sheep over there, so we're going to go get the other sheep. So, when the Steven Universe is garbage and here's why video came out, that got my attention, and it made it... It was hard to be about, you know... I forgot the attack. I like Steven Universe. I feel like the end kind of fumbled itself. I actually haven't watched Steven Universe Future because there's this sort of hang up in my head where if I watch it, then it is over. And I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but because it's still there, and I still watch shows religiously over and over again. Bob's Burgers is very much a comfort show for me, explicitly because I have watched it probably... Hell, I've probably watched it like 10 times in the past 6 months, all the way through, including the movie. So, like, I'm not unfamiliar with the idea of being able to rewatch shows or shows as a comfort, but at the same time, I feel like if I watch Steven Universe Future, it's going to be the end. And there's not much of an explanation as to why that is. Because it's not like Steven Universe was the comfort show for me. It was a comfort show. It was a show that I became attached to. And it's a show that I do really, really love for multiple reasons. But it's not exactly a full... It doesn't entirely make sense to me why I feel this way. But it does. And so I've never finished it. I feel, too, that the last season of Steven Universe really suffered from the fact that it had to be canceled. I love the themes that Rebecca Sugar and everybody in the cast are trying to do. The idea of holding the Diamonds accountable for what they were doing while still, giving them that chance to grow. That's something that I feel is very important. It's something that doesn't get really utilized much. And I think the fact that, especially because Steven ended up not... He doesn't seem to really forgive them. He seems to give them the ability and chance and accountability to improve themselves as crystal gems. Or as gems. I'm really bad at falling into holes. That seems very important to me. And I think it's a good lesson to impart onto children. And the message got fumbled a bit because, Cartoon Network is Cartoon Network in that time era. And they chose to push forward with the on-screen same-sex kiss. And that meant ruining or butchering the show and trying to get it finished in much less time than they really, really needed to be able to give that message properly. So Lily Orchard made this video about why Steven Universe is garbage, and here's why. And I listened to it, and it felt weird. But I listened to it, and then I started listening to some of her other stuff, because it talked about, like, My Little Pony and junk, and I'm not into My Little Pony. I've always been, like, adjacent to it. I love the artwork that's in it, that fandom creates especially, and there is an orange horse that's a wizard that looks, like, really unkempt, and I'm like, he's me for real, because he seems more interested in books and theory than he is in actual, like, applying magic, etc., etc. And Starlight Glimmer seemed interesting too, as a person who, like, used to run a cult, and now she has to learn how to be a decent human being. So, I watched some of other Lily Orchard's videos, and then I started learning about some of her history, and the accusations against her. And I also did not like her tone for a lot of things, because she has a very holier-than-thou personality. And I stopped watching her, and I forgot about her, because, if a horrible person isn't directly involved in your life, it's pretty easy to forget, even though I never really forgot about the very serious accusations against her, and the accusations will be coming up at least obliquely in the writing tips, because, to be clear, I've read through these when they first came out, because the Dire Gentleman video, I believe, that video came up in my recommendations in 2020-ish, and of course I listened to it because I am a writer. I like to listen to stuff talking about writing. And at the time, I was working really, really hard on getting my pen names out there, which I will not be disclosing my pen names, even though I will be talking about writing. All y'all need to know is that I do write, and I publish. I self-publish. I've ghostwritten before. specifically erotica and romance. And I will not be giving out my pen names because while I don't feel any shame about what I write, they're not exactly appropriate for this platform in particular. YouTube would not like me, basically. But those are my credentials. They don't really matter. I'm also currently working on a very long fan fiction that might as well be original fiction at this rate. I say very long. It's because it was supposed to be 4,000 words long, and right now it's 52,000 words. We don't question the writing process. We just let the words flow. And I have a couple of manuscripts that I'm working on editing from a couple of years ago. That one of them I don't even remember writing to start with. So that tells you a lot. Anyway, so those are kind of my credentials. But how Lily Orchard got back in my mind is she made a video about Dungeon Meshi. And you can't see me because I don't have a webcam that works, but I looked directly at my non-functional webcam and I raised my eyebrows because I really like Dungeon Meshi. I feel like it is Ryoko Kui, or Kui, or Ryoko Kui, to say it as an American, did a really fantastic job writing this. It feels very tight. I can only think of like maybe one loose end that doesn't like totally tie back into the main story, because when she started writing Dungeon Meshi, she didn't totally know where it was going, and things changed. But given that there's like one thing in the entire series that I can really ding my hat on and be like, that doesn't make sense in the overall story, not where it ended up, she did really well. And if you're not familiar with Dungeon Meshi is a seinen. It is a manga series that was written for older audiences, so not a shoujo, not a shoujo. What's the girl version? I don't remember. Whatever. But it wasn't written for like the same audience as Naruto. Or rather, it was written for the same audience as Naruto, but as they grew older. That sort of deal. It was written for older teenagers, young adults, versus like younger teenagers, etc., etc. Not to say there's anything wrong with reading shoujo or other more kid-oriented stuff, but it was interesting to learn that this was written for an older audience, because I can kind of feel like yeah, I can feel it. But it kind of feels like you're following Laos, who is the older brother, and god damn it. See, this is another part that you guys are getting the raw experience, and I will be crying quietly later, because knowing that everyone is getting to hear all of this. And the only plus side is that like no one is watching me, and that's the plus side. No one's watching this right now. And while I'll be leaving the VOD up, I'm going to eventually edit this into something actually watchable, and no one will ever watch this because of that. Anyway, so I've gone over Lily Orchard a little bit, kind of gone over my credentials, which is completely out of order, but it's fine. You guys will survive. You guys being the people who will be watching the video eventually. I have no track mind. I'm a no track mind. That's what's happening. But all of that, Dungeon Meshi is a manga series that was written for an older audience in mind. So think Naruto's age demographic if you went with the original kids who watched and read Naruto and grew up. That sort of age demographic. So kind of like me. I may still be a little bit on the older side, being 31, but I feel like it counts. I feel like I was in the target audience. And the story itself is about a young man, mid-20s, named Laos, who, him with his, oh my gosh, is that another fucking temple? That is another fucking temple. We're going this way. For people who aren't aware, because I deleted the test stream, I have run into 2 temples already. This is the 3rd one. I'm looking for a village, guys. That's all I want right now. I don't care the terrain. I don't care anything else. I just want a village. I lost track of what I was saying. So Laos is a dungeon crawler. He has a small party with his sister Fallen, his sister's friend and former classmate, or elder classmate, Marcel, who is an elf, in Italian. The Italian thing is important. Namari, a dwarf. Toshiro, or Shuro, a human fighter from the Far East. And Chilchuck, a halfling, who is also basically their resident pickpocket and that sort of thing. I'm avoiding you bears. I don't want to mess with you. It's fine. See, I'm a good guy. I'm not going after your cub. And all of that, that's his starting team. That gets blown up pretty much immediately when they, in the very opening of the manga and the anime, they are facing off a red dragon and end up with getting teleported to safety, back to the surface, with Fallen getting eaten. And it's all very... It escalates from there. Laos decides that he's going to go back into the dungeon immediately and go looking for her, even though all of their stuff got left behind. He has no money. He has lost 2 members of the party because Toshiro and Namari have both resigned. Marcel is kind of struggling with everything, and Chilchuck is just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Because he is fully dadcore for those who haven't seen anything from it somehow, which I realize is more possible than I give credit to. It's just I have been on Tumblr this entire time with it, and it feels impossible to escape Chilchuck in particular. But he, oh my gosh. So Laos is like, okay, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna go get my sister, I'm gonna eat monsters so that I don't have to worry about food. And you guys can come with, but you aren't required, it's gonna be fine. And they're like, no, we're gonna come. Marcella's like, Fallen's my friend, I'm not gonna leave her behind, even though the idea of eating monsters is gonna make me physically ill every single time. And Chilchuck is like, well, you already paid me, might as well come. And so there we go. There's our little team. They end up meeting another dwarf named Senshi, who offers to join as their cook because he sees them trying to cook a scorpion and is like, oh my gosh, you guys are going to fucking kill yourselves just from trying to eat food if I don't come with you. And from there, we go through dungeon crawling. We end up meeting other people. I'm going to kind of keep things vague. I'm going to talk about Dungeon Meshi and Lily Orchard's video in specific in a different stream. But for now, all you gotta know is she made 2 videos, both of which were extremely bad. And in the second one, she's pissed off a lot of people because she went through and spoiled the anime. We have gotten through about half of the manga for the first season, and it's going to be, unless they do something really weird, it's going to be a 2-season anime in general. But she went through and she spoiled the ending, which, for me, spoilers aren't that big of a deal. Plus, I have already read Dungeon Meshi twice, talking once again about comfort media. But for other people who do give a lot of shits about that, that's bad. That was not a kosher way to handle the situation. And that's how she got back on my radar. And since then, I've just been catching up. Hello, little foxes. I've been catching up on kind of like what's been going on, seeing that the allegations against her have only increased in severity. Have seen that she's only doubled down on her hypocrisy that I noticed back in like 2016 or so. And I decided I am going to go back onto YouTube. I'm going to talk about the things I want to talk about. And one of the things that will make this easier for me is if I have access to something that will be easy to talk about. And you know what? Lily Orchard's old ass writing tips. It's low-hanging fruit, but it works. Then I proceeded to just been struggling for the past month. I wanted to start streaming at the start of September. We're currently within the second week. And then another person who has been discussing Lily Orchard's bad media takes, Anthony, and I will be eventually including a link to his stuff in my description and in the description of the video that gets uploaded, posted about the writing tips. And I'm just like, oh great, now everyone's going to think I'm copying him. And it's fine. It's not like this. Lily Orchard is an easy target. Lily Orchard is herself, and I have been planning on talking about this for a hot minute anyway. I'm currently also exhausted, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about Lily Orchard, and I'm going to have fun, and if people think that I am copying, more power to them. So, what I have pulled up in the corner is I pulled up an archived list on Imgur, which I personally think that that's what people have been using for a while to kind of get the info from her. But also, just kind of like, I have words, I promise, I know how to word good. But she deleted this shortly afterwards. She's currently saying that this whole thing was kind of a troll anyway, so she shouldn't mind that some nobody with 200 people that follow them on YouTube for some reason is also choosing to talk about her. And yeah, without further ado, let's just get into it as I painfully and slowly walk until I'm able to like cook my meat. I need to find rocks. So, this is Lily Orchard's Lillian_Orchard. I don't know if she still has a Twitter. I don't use Twitter. That is only partially a lie. I tried to use Twitter to start writing and engaging with other writers on, but again, MFA program happened and other crap happened, so here we are. So, it starts off with simple writing tips. A thread. And it's very important to remember that she is saying these are tips. These are not hard and fast rules. These are guidelines meant to help other people write. Lily Orchard herself is a writer. She self-proclaims herself having ghostwritten, I believe, as well as actual fan fiction that is published and findable. I personally don't see much of her. She's not a good writer. And we can get into that at a different time. But for now, I'm going to give her that she is a writer, because I am also a writer. I can't give you guys every credential that I've got because it is partially under NDA, partially not appropriate for YouTube, that sort of thing. It's the ghostwriting stuff. and you can consider it low-hanging fruit with it being a lot of romance and erotica, but that's my credentials. I am as valid a writer as Lily Orchard is what I'm trying to say. So we're going to start with number 1. Don't worry about spoilers. If your story is good, spoilers aren't going to make it any less enjoyable. Spoilers make a story less enjoyable. That just means you're relying on cheap shock value as a shortcut. I immediately have feelings about this. I mentioned before, spoilers don't matter to me all that much in the grand scheme of things. For me, I like dissecting work. I like trying to figure out how things work. I like pulling it apart and putting it back together. And I've always been the kid that will go and read the back of a book before, if I get invested in a story, I'll go read the last couple of pages before I actually finish the book, just to be like, are these guys going to be okay? And it's silly. I know it's silly, but it's how I've been since I was little, and to be frank, I don't mind it. However, this bit here, it doesn't really work for me. When you are working with someone to write a story, no, you don't need to be worrying about spoilers. You need to be like giving them your work so that they can give you honest, critical feedback. But if you are trying to sell your story to a friend, or sell your story to, or also, like, if you're trying to sell your story to an editor or a publisher or someone professional, you have to be willing to spoil the story. Like, that's part of the whole thing, is they want to know what the whole story is. You're selling them on the full piece. You're not selling them on the hook. At the same time, if you are trying to get interest from the average person, like a fan fiction or something like that, from just the average person, yeah, worry a bit about spoilers. Then again, we're also looking at Lily Orchard. She focuses on kind of like episodic cartoons is her bread and butter. That's the thing that she seems to like. Maybe she is trying to vague about like Avengers and stuff, because the way that Avengers and the Marvel movies in particular have gone lately is this idea of they can't even tell the actors what's happening. In which case, yeah, don't worry about the spoilers. It's not going to make it less enjoyable. Trying to worry about your story surprising someone and making it a cheap twist, that is an issue. My opinion on this rule is changing in real time, depending on how I'm looking at it, which is an unfortunate side effect of everything that is to do with fucking Lily Orchard, unfortunately. Because I don't know the intent that she has with this. Is she talking about spoilers, like generally sharing with the community? You as a fan fiction writer, you as a small-time self-publisher, worrying about the spoilers, spoiling your own story. Is that something, or is she looking at this from a way that working professionally, working on with actors and other writers and publishers and stuff? Because if you're looking at it from a small-time perspective, from fan fiction, from self-publishing, that sort of thing, yeah, I could see you personally not wanting to give out spoilers to your work and being worried about that and wanting to make sure that you're not ruining it for somebody. But if it's a professional production and you're trying so hard to hide what's happening so people can't guess your plot, that you aren't even telling your actors what they're reacting to because it's all CGI, yeah, you're worrying a little too much about spoilers. And if you're worried that people are going to guess your plot, then you again are kind of worrying about trying to like trick your audience instead of telling a story that will be engaging and memorable. Kind of like how people were like, oh, we figured out that rose quartz is pink diamond, and I kept seeing like non-Steven Universe fans being like, that's such a terrible thing, you should not be able to guess that. But no, it just means that it was good storytelling, it was set up well. And this isn't a last minute plot twist right out of nowhere. So yeah, that one is... I've immediately gone and made it complicated because of course I did. But basically, if you're working in a small setting, if you're working on fan fiction or self-publishing and you're talking directly with fans about your work, yeah, it's okay to be worried about spoilers. If you are working in a large production and you're worried about your actors and your publishing company or whatever spilling the secret, you're worrying too much, and you need to be focused on telling a good story and not about twists. But worrying about spoilers generally, it's not cheap shock value. That would be like changing the story to make a twist that no one would have guessed. And that's the type of cheap shock value we're talking about. This is an M. Night Shyamalan. And late M. Night Shyamalan, I will say, because Sixth Sense did really good. Don't have much about the others to say. Anyway, that was enough on one. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to edit this at some point. Number 2. The middle point of a story is the best time to get a main couple together. Are you working on a 5-season show? Put your main couple together halfway through season 3. The finale is the worst time because we don't get any time to enjoy the payoff. I don't know about this one, guys. It's a kind of, it depends. And again, this is like a writing tip. It's not meant to be telling you explicitly, this is what you have to do, this is the formula to tell a good story, etc., etc. But the way that Lily Orchard usually speaks is very authoritarian, so I am reading this in her voice from her videos. And for me, I think she's saying tips to kind of couch the fact that she thinks that these are the best ways. This is the best way to tell a story in her opinion, and there's no wiggle room. But it depends on the story you're telling. Like, if we are discussing, like, if a story is a romance and the entire thing is the romance of it all, having them get together in the middle of the story kind of ruins the rest of the story. Now, don't take this to mean you don't have them interact, you don't have them engage with each other until the end. That's not right. That's a good romance is going to have your romantic leads paired together, stuck together. There's an adhesion that is done to make them spend time together. And that is needed because you as the reader, you want to see these characters grow and bounce off of each other and spend time together and see how they can work as a couple in the future. It's like a proto start to the relationship. Or if you're doing something like a blind date or a blind marriage, or fake marriage or something like that, where they don't actually know each other until they're in the relationship, again, you're kind of watching their relationship grow throughout that whole thing. But at the same time, if we're not worrying, no matter what the relationship is, no matter what the story is, if you want a relationship to be believable, you have to have them be spending time together before and after they get together. Alright, I don't have space for anything. Well, I don't need this treasure map. So, it depends. I feel like for episodic or very low serialization stuff, it would be good to bring in the love interest and develop a relationship and see how that changes the dynamic, because it will add a little bit of sprucing up of the story. Going back to Bob's Burgers, there's been a big clamor for the idea of like a short time skip, just a year or two into the kid's future, so that we could have Tina be in high school and see her develop as a high schooler away from her siblings. But everything else would kind of just remain the same. Tina's still Tina, Jean is still Jean, Louise is still Louise, Bob's still got his shop. All of that stuff remains very similar. It just a little tiny bit older. Also, my cat has blocked my dog from getting off of the bed, so I will be right back. Yep, all I had to do was stand up. I know my dog has been freed. Okay. Anyway. Take my bed. So, it's a good tip, and the idea of it would be cool if more episodic based shows did this, where they add a little bit of a change in dynamic without fully jumping the shark. At the same time, it depends on the story, and if you're looking at something that's very romance led and you are a romance writer like I am, it feels sticky, it feels icky, it feels like I'm being told that I'm not telling my stories right, and that bothers me. We're going to go on to number 3. Friends to lovers is better than enemies to lovers every time. Well, that's just not true. Wait, I don't know what to tell you, Lily, but that's a personal opinion. And okay, fine, you don't like enemies to lovers. Congratulations, I don't care. Enemies to lovers is a very popular trope for a reason, and part of that is you get to like see the chemistry that is developed from the start between them as enemies, and then you get to watch that like grow and change. That's a very popular fan fiction trope. That's a very popular fiction trope. That's a very popular romance trope. And honestly, I think my favorite is friends to enemies to friends to lovers. Or some variation thereof, where they just keep bouncing back and forth. Like She-Ra, the She-Ra reboot by N.D. Stevenson is a very good one. With, Adora and Catra, they grew up together, they were childhood buddies, and they were always in kind of like a friendly competition that was a little overshadowed by Shadow Weaver being an absolute douche nozzle of a parental figure. And they became enemies. They got pitted against each other because Shadow Weaver was very blatantly showing favoritism even after Adora kind of left the Horde and betrayed them, and Catra felt like she got abandoned, and Catra was trying to fight to have her place to be recognized as equal to, if not better than Adora. And Adora has gone off and had this entire new life and is developing new friends and a new social circle, and like, how is Catra supposed to deal with that? She got abandoned, basically, by the person that she trusted most in the world. And then she gets saved. Yeah, friends to enemies to lovers is probably my favorite trope. Because there's a wealth of experience, and it goes back into the relationship at the end of a story instead of in the middle. This, with Catra and Adora, they're becoming a couple together is a reward for both Catra and Adora, because Adora never totally gave up on Catra, and Catra was finally able to start working through her issues and join with Adora and be able to start the progress of forgiving herself and forgiving others and working towards forgiveness from those who were willing to forgive her. I'm not saying that She-Ra handled it perfectly. I don't think it would have been possible to handle that sort of thing perfectly. But I do know that Lily Orchard does not like Catra and Adora as a ship, that she sees them as siblings, and that's... We'll get into that in a bit. But for me, that was a very... It goes back into this idea of relationships being developed throughout and being expanded on, and there being more than just, like, whatever was happening within the story itself, what was happening on the screen versus the subtext, that sort of thing. But no, Lily, I'm sorry, but enemies to lovers, friends to lovers, they're both very equally good. I love them a lot. And this is a personal preference thing. This is not a writing tip. It's not a writing rule. It's a, that's what you care about story. And it's like, okay, cool. I don't care. I'm not writing for you in this case. I need a sip of water. This is not water, but we aren't talking about it. Okay. Next. Victims of abuse moving away from negative impacts of their abuse, i.e. Zuko, and becoming healthier are not redemption arcs. And this is rule 4, by the way. So, Zuko, I agree with the sentiment. I disagree with the example. Zuko is a villain. He is not a good kid. He was definitely abused. We can't look that over. This is not a small piece, and it's an explanation as to why he acts the way he does. It's not an excuse for it. But he does do terrible things in the name of trying to live up to the ideology of his family, his country, and what he was raised in. He's not just a victim, he's a perpetuator of violence and abuse, and he hurt people. There's a reason why Katara took so fucking long to forgive him. And that's another fun enemies to lovers one. It's not one that I totally get behind. I never got super into the shipping of Avatar The Last Airbender because I was 12 when I started watching it, and 12-year-old me didn't really give a crap about that. 12-year-old me was far more interested in the idea of becoming a waterbender and kicking everyone's asses than I was in shipping. Was I 12? I was 12. I think I was 12. But all of that, Zuko is a villain. And he's an antagonist, and he hurts people. And by focusing solely on the fact that he was also a victim of abuse, and that lessens the harm that he did to other people. And that, I think, really flies in the face of things. Oh my god. The fuck are you? Oh my god. I'm back home. I'm in fucking Alabama again. Hey, you know I have a magical girl who looks like you? Yeah. I love you. Okay, goodbye. Oh, there's another one. Okay, sorry. I didn't realize that armadillos were released. I only found out recently that they got added to Minecraft. I'm not trying to kill it because I know killing won't drop anything, so I'm not going to be cruel for no reason. Anyway, Zuko. Zuko is a victim. Zuko is an abuser. It is interesting to see Lily say that focusing solely on him being abused because she herself was abused. I don't believe that her accusations of her sister being her abuser, but I do believe that her older brother abused her, and I do believe that she was not in a good household. I do believe that being online for as long as she has and creating this sort of vitriolic echo chamber of people who hate her, in which this video is contributing a bit towards. I will be completely honest. I realize I'm a bit of a hypocrite to be harping on this. I do think that she sees all of this and she has aspects of actually being a victim and actually being hurt. And she's using that and using the fact that Zuko is a victim to kind of like brush away that actual material harm that has been done by her and by Zuko. So I do think that this is her projecting. And so I do agree with the idea of like victims of abuse moving away from the circumstances of their abuse. That's not a villain, that's not a redemption arc. But victims of abuse can still become abusers, and they do need to, all abusers of any ilk need to be working on themselves. They can go through their own redemption arc, and it become, okay, we're going to leave that there, because that gets into complicated territory really quickly. Okay, number 5. Heroes refusing to kill villains who have shown to be actively trying to murder people isn't noble, it's enabling. So, I don't think I'd be the first person to point out that that sounds like she's kind of talking about Steven Universe and Batman. So, when we're talking about Steven Universe, we're talking about the diamonds, obviously. And the diamonds being these ultra-powerful rulers who can control other gems and have gone and colonialized other planets and very likely murdered plenty of sentient, sapient life in the process. And Batman, of course, Batman has his I will not murder moral code, and that has led to people like the Joker coming out over and over again, and the Joker has been depicted multiple times in various iterations as being a fucking murderer. And there is a conversation to be had there about that. However, I once again point to the big "it depends" marker. For this, it's because I can't entirely agree with her, because I don't think a children's cartoon like Steven Universe that is trying to teach compassion and show how people can grow, and that there is a way to end the cycle of violence without perpetuating violence yourself, and grow to accept you as an individual and not accept that the responsibilities and the harm that your parents did before you, and that you don't have to become best friends with your abusers in order for them to be able to move on. And I also think that's the focus of Steven Universe. And did it get communicated properly? No. Again, they got shafted. Shit went down. They weren't able to tell the story that they wanted to tell in the time that was needed to tell it. And instead of compromising their vision, they tried to truncate it as much as possible, and we have the results of that. And it sucks, but that is what it is. I don't think it's appropriate for a children's show to be showing Steven killing the gems. I think they did a good job showing his struggle with Bismuth, and the fact that he didn't keep Bismuth a secret, because she did want to shatter the diamonds. She did want to shatter Pink Diamond, and Pink Diamond, Rose Quartz, kept that a secret from the other crystal gems. And that was not the right thing to do. Steven doesn't do that. Steven lets the others know, and with their help, they decide to keep her bubbled for a bit. Was it the right choice? We can't say. In the long run, it seems like it is, because Bismuth is able to be unbubbled and seems to be recovering in Steven Universe Future, as are many of the victims of the diamonds, away from them. But I don't think a show that was trying to promote healing and growth and moving from the past and breaking the chain of violence needed to show Steven murdering the gems. Or the diamonds in particular, I mean. Like, that would have gone completely contrary to the message of the story. Batman, more complicated. It really depends on the iteration. I'm not a big Batman fan. I'm not a big superhero person, to be completely honest, so trying to talk about that sort of thing is a bit like slapping a hornet's nest for me. I do think the fact that he tries to send them to Arkham Asylum, a place that is ostensibly supposed to be helping them, is a step in the right direction. I also have feelings about the fact that this rich white boy with parent issues is struggling a bit. I love Fanon interpretations of Batman where he develops the Bat family and everyone kind of sticks together, even though they're all a little bit fucked up, and he's genuinely trying to become a better person within the limitations of his understanding. I love all of that, but that's as far as I can get. But I do know that Batman refusing to kill and Batman trying to send them to an asylum instead of prison are supposed to be like steps towards the right direction. And we get into a bit muddy waters too with like the idea of like socialism, communism, death penalty, that sort of thing. When is it appropriate to decide to take someone else's life? Who is allowed to decide that? Etc., etc. And then the last one I'm going to bring up is Avatar: The Last Airbender, because I do remember when I first watched the ending and Aang did not kill Ozai, but took away his bending, I was a little disappointed at first. I'm going to admit that. I'd grown up with the show, more or less. I had been obsessed with it. It was something that I would try and watch each episode as it came out for the first 2 books before life got really busy and stressful because high school. And I remember tuning into that last episode and seeing him struggling, and I thought for a long time the energy bending was a cop-out, to be completely honest. Now that I've watched it a couple more times, knowing the ending that was coming, and looking for signs that this was pre-established, I do see it. I can't tell you the exact episodes right now, but I think with the library episode especially, and then a couple of others talking about like the history of bending and the idea of like water bending, being able to heal, that sort of thing, it kind of sets itself up that it is possible. But we do have to admit, it is kind of like incredibly convenient that he's able to learn this right at the last minute. And you know what? I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with Aang not killing. I'm okay with Aang figuring out a way to hold on to his morals and still end the threat. And I think by refusing to kill Ozai and leaving him in prison, he has prevented Ozai from becoming a martyr. And I think that was important. Do I think the Avatar development team were able to ever quite hit that same high again? No. Unfortunately not. Legend of Korra comes close, I think, with Korra being able to eventually... she chooses to reopen the spirit world and reopen those boundaries and kind of push past all of these divisions that have been set up. But it never reached the same height, and we're not talking about Dragon Prince. Unless we want to talk about how hot Erebos is, we're not talking about Dragon Prince. It's a mess. But yeah, no, it's another one of those, Willie, you gotta think about, like, what your audience is, what the message of the story is, and is it appropriate? Do we give Batman the gun? And how do you deal with those consequences after? Okay, number 6. 2 women kissing in the last episode of a show after 4 to 5 seasons of trying to murder each other isn't revolutionary. It's fetishized abuse and violence. Okay, so this is just... I told you, she doesn't like She-Ra. And this is just She-Ra. So... there's a lot to talk about. Especially with, like, Legend of Korra, Adventure Time, to an extent, and She-Ra reboot. All of them kind of sort of deal with this in this... Not with them trying to kill each other, but with the idea of having 2 female characters end up in a relationship at the last second by kissing. That is something that they all did. Unless I'm really misremembering Bubbling's final scene. And for Korra especially, I feel like it was poorly developed. For the other 2 were far more decently put together. And thankfully Adventure Time has continued on and shown post-canon in various ways how the relationship continues. I can't say the same for Legend of Korra. I don't know. I've only watched that show all the way through like twice. And I've never read any extended universe stuff. But we're going to focus on She-Ra because we know that this is what she's talking about because she has a massive gripe with She-Ra and with how Catradora are treated. It's a vague post. I can't even respond to this in good faith because everything is... I agree with it. Like, having a show end after several seasons with 2 people who have been at each other's throats, actively trying to kill each other the entire time, that's not a good ending. There's nothing there, but that's not what She-Ra did. And without going too deep into it, hello Armadillo, I didn't mean to scare you. It's like they grew up together. We've seen snippets of their history together. We saw them together before Adora defected. We see Catra and Adora both dealing with grief and dealing with the loss of each other and dealing with the abuse in different ways from Shadow Weaver, from Hordak, from everyone. And like, we also see them struggle with having to fight each other and holding themselves back. Adora more than Catra, from what we can tell, but we also spend more time generally with Adora. And Adora is meant to be deep down a good person, whereas Catra has always... Catra wasn't the golden child, so she's had to fight even more than... Oh my god, what the fuck? You're so pretty. That's not fair. I want a bone. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry. I've never seen the wolf variants before, so this is amazing. They're so cute. Man. Okay. ADHD is hitting me hard today. But we don't see them just unapologetically trying to fight each other, trying to tear each other's throats, trying to murder each other the entire time. There is so much more going on in that story. And even though she only gets saved and brought over to the princess's side in the last season, in the last little bit, we do also see Catra start integrating with the princesses, with Glimmer and Bow and Adora. And we see how attached Adora and Catra are to each other now that they are together again. So, yes. On paper, this tip is good. In reality, though, it's a vague post against She-Ra, and it doesn't hold up to what the show literally has on paper, literally showing, literally demonstrates, not even like trying to put my own spin on it. It literally shows them fighting. It literally shows them struggling with the guilt of the trauma and having to fight each other and having them bond before and after the events of the story take place. So, yeah, no. We're not dealing with the vague posts here. It's fine. Let's see. Twitter is not an appropriate place to reveal story details. The appropriate place is in the work itself. Agreed. That's a Lily Orchard win. And I have no commentary except to say, VisiPop. When a character's body count is over 10,000 innocent lives, then that character is no longer redeemable. Okay, that is arbitrary. And that's a Steven Universe vague, I think. Because we do know, well, maybe Steven Universe and She-Ra, because I do believe Hordak has a very high body count as well. I can't help, my brain goes into the gutter and is like, but it's not our business how many people Hordak has slept with. Yeah, no, stop that, brain. We know what they mean. She means, body count as in kill count. But Jesus Christ. If you look at it the wrong way, you can see frickin' slut shaming. But it's fine. We know that's not what's happening. I'm just being egregious. But yeah, I think this is a Steven Universe vague. It's an arbitrary number. And again, I point to the fact that Steven Universe didn't get to be finished the way that it wanted. In the way that it was finished, I don't think the diamonds got off without, like, anything. I think the fact that Steven is able to, like, hold his boundaries against them and is trying to help them, but also I do know that he ends up leaving Beach City and trying to have his own life. It speaks volumes, and it's not something that gets discussed in Lily Orchard's, like, dissections of Steven Universe and her dislike of it. So, again, I think this is a good tip to, like, if you're writing a redemption arc, if you're wanting to try and redeem a villainous character, you need to be able to test what is and isn't believable for your audience. And the best way to do that is to have beta readers and sensitivity readers and share it with friends and share it with the writing community so that you aren't writing in isolation. Number 9. Tip 8 does not apply to characters for whom making them the villain was a stupid, idiotic idea, i.e. Sylvanas Windrunner. At that point, it's just character derailment. What? I don't know Sylvanas. I don't know what Sylvanas is from. I do think if you're trying to write a series of tips and you immediately have to add a caveat like that for what I'm going to assume is a character that a Lily Orchard really cares about, then it's not a good tip. Like, you just undermined your own tip's credibility by showing an immediate, like, way that it's not applicable. So, yeah, screw everything that I said about in tip 8, and screw tip 8 and 9 because they canceled each other out. Okay, next. Number 10. Everything in a story is there because the creator wished it to be there. Trying to explain away bigoted story decisions using world building is a fallacy because you put it there to begin with. Yeah, pretty much agree. Something that I think gets lost in the way that people will talk about writing is that, yes, your characters can kind of sort of get a life of their own and get away from you and do their own thing, but also you are able to go back and delete it. you are able to go back and be like, this wasn't right. I have killed your mother. You may live. So, yeah, your character can choose to do something on their own, and you can then choose to look at that and be like, no, this isn't good, this isn't kosher, this is not how I want my story to be read, because this can be horrible. And yes, sometimes that can be unintentional. Sometimes you can accidentally write something that is bigoted, racist, without even realizing it, because maybe you're writing something utterly fantastic and it completely skips your mind, and then you have someone who is from that background reading it and they're like, yo, this is kind of fucked actually. That's why you have beta readers, that's why you have sensitivity readers, that's why you do research. At the same time, if you do choose to write something bigoted into your world and it's part of the world building, it's good to address it. It's good to point it out. And it's good to be cognizant that it's there. Do you have to necessarily engage with it in such a way that it makes it obvious that you don't agree or whatever? I don't know. I've been reading the Discworld series for the first time, and I just finished book 9, Guards. And it was a very interesting read, and it's dealing a lot with like the idea of a king versus a sort of mayor-esque position, and how people choose to run things. And there's a fantastic character, Sybil Ramkin, who is a noble woman who raises dragons and is very tall and is very fat, and she's much beloved for that. And you can see Terry Pratchett, and this is like late 1980s, you can see him poking at the idea of nobility and rulers and that sort of thing. And you can see him poking at these ideas of like, who has the right to rule, what's gender stereotypes, etc., etc. And they're there. They're very there. They're very obvious. And he discusses it more in previous works as well, with a girl who wants to become a wizard and isn't allowed to be, and is having to fight with all of that fun stuff. But he's not going in a meta way and being like, this is stupid, this is wrong. And he's not always going in inside the story either with characters pointing it out either. It's a world that exists and it has problems and it's not perfect, and he's letting it exist, and he's very clearly cognizant of it. Or if he's not cognizant of it, he has been handling it well. And I know in later books some of this comes up again, so I do think, especially with the idea of capitalism and treatment of other people based on their race and ethnicity and gender, those are themes that he was grappling with for a long time, if not expressing it in the same way that he will later on. So I think it is possible to write a book with bigotry in it, with intentional bigotry in it, with recognizing that that's the type of world that the characters live in. And I think there's a way to portray that and subtly say that this is wrong without necessarily like bashing the gavel over your head. And that said, it's also very easy to do it unintentionally, and this is why you have beta readers, this is why you have sensitivity readers, this is why you have friends look it over and be like, oh, this is a little fucked actually, you need to fix this, because I definitely have done that before. I have the character who, his father was originally a Jewish escapee from Germany and became a god of greed. Yeah. I had this for like 4 years. No one ever pointed it out to me. I just had to sit down one day, read some of my old notes and be like, Hey guys, this is kind of fucked actually. I'm removing this. Uh, Everyone's got blind spots. And that's okay. Just don't. Just be. Oh no, I just made another one. Be aware of said blind spots and be willing to take feedback from other people. Because otherwise, you're kind of not in a good place. You know? Okay. Trying to explain away bigoted story decisions. Yeah, okay, so we've gotten through that. Number 11. Don't pair adults with minors. That's pedophilia. Yes. When you are putting together romantic ships, pairing off adults with minors is not the way to do it. But it's kind of funny reading this coming from Lily Orchard because she has a history, to put it plainly and without too fine of a point on it. She is someone who has written a fan fiction in the past, a My Little Pony fan fiction, where she had paired adults ponies with minor foals. And so part of what had gotten my attention the very first time I ever heard about her was the fact that she had written this story. It was tied to her. It's known to be tied to her because she had talked about it previously on her YouTube channel. And one sec. So it's tied to her. It's known to be tied to her. All that stuff. And by the time I had learned about who she is and all of that fun stuff, she's disavowing it. She's like, I did not write that, etc., etc. It wasn't me, it was AI. And this is back in, way back, so, like, not anything that, AI wasn't as advanced as it is currently. She was just trying to put herself as far away from it as possible and trying to make herself appealing towards what I'm going to shorthand call antis, which are longer anti-shippers, basically people who think that you should not write certain things ever. And one of them is pedophilia, some of it is incest, rape, etc., that sort of thing. And so when I was watching her and getting familiar with her content and getting familiar with her as a content creator and reviewer, she was trying to distance herself from this, trying to disavow it without saying that she wrote it. And that's one of the things that kind of turned me off, is the fact that, like, you can decide that something you wrote in the past was gross and not right and horrible, but the fact that she was skipping the middle step of, like, acknowledging, hey, I wrote this and I fucked up, it was a fucked up thing to write and I have changed as a person, and was just trying to hide it, that's what kind of peeved me off. And then I read more about accusations against her and how when she was younger she assaulted her older sister and was assaulted herself by her older brother, etc., etc. There's a lot that, again, I'm not going explicitly into, and these are accusations. Nothing has been, like, confirmed in a court. Nothing will probably ever be confirmed in a court because of the nature of the accusations and the people involved and time limitations, that sort of thing. With all of that, it was too much. It was too much, man. And she had shitty opinions anyway. I'm starting to give up with the idea of finding a village. We'll go this way for about a day, but if I don't find anything, then I'm going to come back to here. So, her writing this rule doesn't surprise me. but her writing this role feels like she's vaguing against the people who have not dropped that particular fic against her, because she has refused to own up to it and own up to like the fact that she wrote it, and that she wrote it not as a troll or anything, but that she was being very serious about it. There's also the fact that she apparently IRL shipped a minor with an older member of the My Little Pony fandom, and was kind of gross about that, and all sorts of things. I went into the tag earlier this morning and saw that was blowing up again. And was like, I can't touch that because I don't have any. It's not something I can talk about. From what I can tell, the minor and the adult never actually dated. That was just a rumor that Lily Orchard perpetuated to try and make the adult look bad. But with My Little Pony in particular, it can be hard. At the time that all of this was happening, minor and adult relationships weren't seen as abhorrently within fiction as it is now in the My Little Pony community. So, yeah, okay. I'm putting too much into this very short thing. That is me just talking about her and not actually talking about the thing. Yeah, don't pair minors with adults. It is pedophilia. It is, if you're not looking... Look at Lolita. Lolita's a critique of this sort of thing, and it still gets misinterpreted even by people who like the work. So, yeah. Next one, number 12. Don't sexualize teenage characters. Agree. I think I want to know what she means by sexualized, but choosing to put teenagers into sexually charged situations with adults especially, and focusing on the idea of gratuitous sexuality from teenage underage characters, that's something I can agree with. I do not want that. I don't even want that in YA that's directed towards other YA or towards young adult readers. It's actually one of the reasons why I like John Green as a writer. Is I remember there were 1 or 2 sex scenes that he created. Yeah, we're fucking done. We're just gonna go back to that flower field and start building a home there, because there's no point. I'm not finding a village. But there's a couple of sex scenes that I know he's written, but it wasn't titillating, and it felt very in character, both for teenagers and for the moment. And I'm pretty sure it also wasn't explicit. It very much faded to black after a certain point. So I do enjoy that very much. So I agree with that. That's 2 for 12 so far, Lily. Let's see. Next one. Don't make up weird anime excuses for sexualizing teenage characters. Actually 1,000. Fusion. Age of consent. Next country is. See Rule 10. Everything in the story is there because the creator wished it to be there. Yep, okay. Fusion, we are once again begging about... we're once again begging over Steven Universe, because there's a fusion character, Stevonnie, who is the fusion of Steven and Connie, and when they fuse together, their ages are combined, so they are arguably an adult character. But they are still the minds of 2 children who don't have the life experience that an adult would have. And there are a couple of episodes with Stevonnie where Stevonnie gets sexualized by another character. I don't remember if the show itself sexualized Stevonnie so much as the the gross male character was sexualizing them and made them into an object of attraction with their first meeting, and then like wow, well, the next time they met, he still was kind of being an asshole, but less like, oh, I'm into you sort of asshole, and more just generic, I fucking hate you guys asshole. Because he thought that they were an adult, and they were not. They were two children in a trench coat. But yeah, for the most part, I agree. It is funny because, again, we look at currently, and this was not on her radar in 2020, but we have Chilchuck from Dungeon Meshi, who is a halfling, and he is treated like a child, and he looks very young within the story itself. Like, there's no ambiguity that the people around him see him as a kid and treat him as such, some more than others. But he is very, very, very firmly middle-aged within the realm of Dungeon Meshi and halflings, and he acts middle-aged. I cannot say the actually 1,000-year-old characters how they actually act versus their age, because I've not really gotten into any media that has that as a plot point. If I'm completely honest, I don't particularly want to. Chilchuck is the closest I've gotten to it, that's why I'm using him as an example. And I've seen people say that he is Shota bait, and Shota is basically a way to talk about an underage male character in shorthand, and is the male equivalent of Lolly, essentially. So, yeah, I agree with this. I think that, again, Roll 10, you are ultimately the one in control of your work, and you have a responsibility to be looking at your work and have your work looked over to make sure you're not doing something fucked up and stupid. But it's hard for me to take this 100% seriously with the person who is saying these things, and with when I'm seeing similar arguments being used against Chilchuck, Tim's, and the narrative is very obvious about like how it's trying to treat Chilchuck and having a conversation, and being blatant that people are infantilizing him. And actually, no, that's actually an interesting difference. I'm realizing this as I'm talking, but Chilchuck is being infantilized within the narrative, and he's being treated as an adult by fandom, mostly through shipping and discussions of like his family life, and realizing like he's got children and a wife that he has left, and he's kind of an absentee father, etc., etc. And then there's people trying to argue that he's still Shota bait because he appears young to humans and is treated as such by the larger narrative, and like his teammates being a little bit racist, that sort of thing. So it's interesting because I wanted to say Chilchuck would be a decent example of this, but now that I'm actually thinking about it, it's like, is he though? He's not, because Chilchuck, the narrative is discussing the treatment that he has at the hands of his teammates and everything, and meanwhile it's the fans that are kind of like, no, he's still a baby, even though everything in the narrative is trying to explain like how that is a problem and how that is racist against the halflings. So, I just caught myself in a catch-22 here. Chilchuck, I think, would be an interesting one to discuss at further length later down the line, but we'll move past it. I do agree for the most part. I do think her pointing out Stevonnie in particular kind of betrays that this is another vague, and she's not actually caring about how the narrative treats these characters so much as she's wanting to valid reason to complain about She-Ra, or not She-Ra, but about Steven Universe again. But at the same time, she has half a point. We're going to give her half a point for here. Oops. Going on to 14. Making a metaphor for gay, trans, ace rep is always inherently inferior to just making a gay, trans, ace character. Agree. For the most part. I say for the most part because I'm literally... I have a comic that I will be working on and be discussing at length later that is about that sort of thing. It's about LGBTQIA queer representation as well as physical and neuro disabilities. And I do lean a lot on metaphor because my goal is for the story to be able to reach people who may not have access to non-metaphorical work because it would get banned, and be able to slowly kind of infiltrate that area so that by the time I am explicit, you get to see that. But yeah, I mean, you gotta think about it, about where you're writing, who your audience is, what is your reasoning for this, and can you be explicit? Why aren't you? But generally, yeah, I agree. Having explicit characters who are queer, who are neurodivergent, who are diverse race, caste, etc., etc., I think that is always going to beat out the metaphorical. So, we'll give her this one too. You get a full point. 15. If there are humans in your story, restricting gay, trans, ace rep to the non-human characters makes you a huge turd. Don't really care about the turd, but yeah, otherwise, agreed. Limiting it to characters who are not going to be, who aren't seen as human, it's kind of fucked up, honestly. And, okay, we'll go on to the next one. I feel like this may be a thing towards She-Ra because of the whole Double Trouble being a non-binary shapeshifter. But there were a lot of other queer people within She-Ra that were explicit and implied, so I don't know. Double Trouble being the only non-binary rep, maybe, but generally they weren't the only queer character in there, so it's less. I'm more lenient about that, plus I kind of am biased towards Double Trouble. I really like Double Trouble, so, I can't help but want to defend my boy. If the only gay man in your work is a foppish diva, you are a huge turd. Again, I don't understand why she's trying to say turd instead of something more explicit, but again, I also generally agree with her. If you don't have to, don't make your sole gay male character a diva, I guess is all I'm trying to say. You can expand so much more beyond that. Let's see. If the only lesbian in your work is an abusive rageaholic with vague angst issues and a codependent relationship to the protagonist, you are a huge turd. That is She-Ra vaguing. We're not dealing with that right now because Catra was not the only lesbian in that entire thing. Let's be fucking real. Did you not see the way that Adora stared at that woman's biceps? Because I did. I so did. Let's see. If your only non-binary character is a non-human shapeshifter, you're a huge turd. Okay, yeah, it was about, we're just talking about She-Ra. If your only autistic character is an ethically challenged number fetishist, you're a huge turd. Leave Entrapta alone. Leave Entrapta alone. I have this whole defense thing. I could talk about Entrapta more explicitly later, but Entrapta is good. Entrapta is good representation, and Peridot's also pretty good representation, and I don't care. I'm not where. I don't want to get derailed. If your only black character is a volatile, hyper angry brute, you're a huge turd. I don't know what this is referring to because if I try to make it about She-Ra, it doesn't make sense because there are a lot of black characters. If I try to make it about words, where did they go? If I try to make it about Steven Universe, well, there's again multiple black characters, and Bismuth is not the only one that is very explicitly black-coded, so if the only black woman in your cast barely gets any screen time except to be fetishized or fits Rule 20, you're a huge turd. Again, these are things that I do agree with. It's just like, I know you're vaguing about something, Lily, but what are you vaguing about? Who are you talking about here? If the only trans woman in your cast is a drag queen in all but name, you're a huge turd. I don't know what that means. If you force a woman to kiss your abuser, you're a huge turd. Yeah, okay, I agree, but you're, again, just vaguing about something. You're not... these aren't actually tips or rules. If you sideline every non-white character in your cast to focus on a white boy with anger issues and a tendency towards hostility getting a redemption arc, you're a huge turd. I know she doesn't like Owl House. I know she doesn't like Hunter very much. This seems directed towards that, but I can't be sure. Also, that's just a way of not understanding like the story and Hunter's story, and also, no. Owl House went through a similar issue where they had their story get massively truncated by Disney because they are so anti-queer. But, you know, okay, that's 24. 25. Justifying horny armor designs or horny clothing designs with sexual agency makes you a huge turd. Characters don't have sexual agency. You made them that way as a justification. See Rule 10. Yes. Okay. That's something I can agree with. I think there's a way within a story to discuss having characters with sexualized clothing. And being sexualized, Sybil Rampkin in Guards is a good example because she is attracted to Vimes, the captain of the Night Watch or the City Guard. And so she makes an effort to try and make herself look more appealing towards Vimes, mostly by putting on perfume, trying to fix her hair, trying to put on makeup. And I remember one example being like she had an outfit on and she tried to adjust the dress so that it was showing more of her bust than it normally would. And the narrative isn't treating this like it's a bad thing, it's treating it neutrally, and which is a big deal because if you don't remember me saying, but Lady Rampkin is also a very large woman, both in height and in girth. So having her be allowed to try and make herself look more appealing, and it's only commented on in the same way that Terry Pratchett would comment on anything else in that moment, is very appealing to me. But we also got like what is it? What character was that? There's a character in, I think, Metal Gear, the Metal Gear series, that has to wear skimpy clothing because she breathes through her skin. It's bullshit. You just chose to put her in skimpy clothing and then you came up with a reason after the fact. And I know Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid or whatever it's called is very itself, but we can call a spade a spade. Okay, next one. So, relate to the above. If your justification is just to be honest and say you like ogling, sexy characters, you are still a huge turd, but slightly less of a turd than above, slightly. I don't know. I think it depends on the characters at that point. It's like, what's their positions? What are they doing? Is it Bayonetta where they wanted to sexualize her and so they did and it still gave her agency? Because if it's that, then, you know, it's fine. it's not everything's going to be for everyone's taste anyway. But like if it's children, no. Okay, 27. Don't worry about not having everything planned out beforehand. No writer or creator plans everything beforehand, and the ones who say they do are filthy liars. Writers have at best 1 or 2 story beats they're determined to include. Everything else is by the seat of their pants. You get a half point for this, Lily. You get a half point because, on the one hand, you are correct that it is very common for writers to not have everything planned out from the start. We have some good examples through stuff like Where the Fuck Did I... Me losing my house is a good example for one. But like Gravity Falls, we know that they weren't planning on Bill Cipher being the big bad. They didn't have everything planned out with Ford. They didn't have any plans for Fiddle Ford McCucket, etc., etc. So, but at the same time, you can't say that they have at most 1 to 2 story beats, because not all writers work that way, for one. But also, it's just not always true. And then saying that the people who say they do have everything planned out are filthy, filthy liars is just rude. Like, yes, let's call out J.K. Rowling for her own filthy, filthy lying, but there are people who do plan extensively. A lot. Like, an absurd amount, an upsetting amount, really. I say, as one of those people who plan too much. And also, when it comes to something like books, you get more leeway, because especially if you are planning something that is going to take a while to be fully written out, but you do something like, I don't know, write the whole series before you start publishing it, yeah, you're going to have more of the stuff figured out than what, and you can go into the final version being like, yeah, no, this was planned out, this was figured out from the start, versus this was figured out, like, well before, whatever. This is just being rude. It's not a wrong point, but it's also not a point being made in a constructive, helpful way, I guess I will say. I'll leave it at that. And it's also not universally true in the way that Orchard likes to put herself as a point of authority. Makes this a frustrating one to read because I know she's not right. 28. Don't try to do what Avatar did. You can't. Even the people who made Avatar can't make another show that did what Avatar did. Yeah, that's fair. I agree. And Avatar has its problems, but I think we can agree that it is a very good show, especially for the time it was coming out, and especially for everything that it did. So, yeah, no, you get another one. Oof. 29. Low stakes interpersonal conflict will always be more satisfying than in the long run than high stakes saving the world. Friends is more popular than your favorite anime for a reason. Friends is in English. For one. Like, do I have to point that out, that we're discussing TV shows in 2 different genres across 2 different languages, and one of these languages is very much more accessible to the world at large than Japanese. But, okay. I don't know. Like, I don't agree with this. This is another personal taste one. 2, 3, 4. This is a personal taste being presented as the hard truth, and not as, personal taste. And no, that's annoying. That's annoying. I don't like it when her writing tips are just personal tastes and not actual tips, which has been most of this. Number 30. Choose whether you're a comedy or drama at the start and stick to it. Don't make a comedy and turn it into a drama later on. That just annoys people. Not if it's done well. We can have series that do both and do both well. Dungeon Meshi. We can have series that do both and do both poorly. Can't think of any right now off the top of my head. We can have shows that are primarily one and then we'll drop in and do the other periodically. Bob's Burgers, I think, is a good one. They're doing it a bit often right now, which has been received poorly, but it's still generally, like, the episodes that are more serious are hitting well. It's just, they're just doing a lot at the moment, and people are kind of missing the old school a bit. But that doesn't mean that those episodes that do hit harder are unwelcome or unloved. Some of the favorites have been, like, Amelia, where Louise is dealing with trying to learns about Amelia Earhart and is dealing with growing up as a girl and the expectations of being a girl and how people talk over her and stuff like that. And that really got me, even as a trans man, because Amelia Earhart was my idol growing up. And I knew her full story. And I see a lot of myself within Louise. So I do actually see her as a young trans boy who doesn't realize that she's trans yet. Anyway, sorry. That was not important. Anyway. But yeah, there are shows that are able to do that. Jesus Christ, that spider scared the shit out of me. Oh. Oh, it died. I wanted to kill it myself, but okay. Okay. Again, I'm playing hardcore. This is the first time I've ever played hardcore. I don't know what I'm doing. It scares me a little bit sometimes. Anyway. But yeah, this is another one of those. This isn't a personal opinion being taken as fact and sold to the reader, in this case me, as you gotta do this, and this is the better story, even though this is Lily Orchard's personal taste, and I have false comparison, if nothing else. Let's see, we'll go on to 31. World building is like salt, a pinch can make it better, 10 cups of it will not. Yeah, agree. So far, the thing I've been struggling with the most with the Discworld series is that I do very much enjoy it, but it is a little tiny bit tiring to hear kind of the same introduction over and over again. And I have to remember that when he was writing these, he was not writing them to necessarily be, like, read all together within, so far, 9 novels in, like, a month, but he was writing them over a period of time, and I am just a nerd who is reading a lot, but he does have a slight tendency to repeat himself in certain points, and even within the same story, and it gets a teensy bit monotonous after a bit. But yeah, no, I do agree. Knowing your world building is good. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But also being aware of, like, oh, you've stopped telling a story and you're making a history novel, which can be fun. Like at House of the Dragon, and the book that it's based off, it's supposed to be an in-universe history book. And that is really cool, and I like it a lot. I've read it. I enjoy House of the Dragon for the most part. So, there's all that. But, yeah, no, this is another one that gets a say. So, or a win, rather. So, let's go on to the next one. It is... There's a tulip in the way. Thank you. characters should always come before anything else. Disagree. There is such a thing as stories where the plot is the thing that is being pushed. I feel like, personally, J.R. Tolkien versus George R.R. Martin, Tolkien's work always feels more plot-based than character-based, and Martin's feels a bit more character-based than plot-based. Neither of them are bad for their different focuses. They both bring their own takes to the table, and I enjoy both of them for the most part. But trying to say that plot-based writing is bad, it's a preference thing. Characters do not always need to come before anything else. I think the characters should serve, ultimately, the story that you're trying to tell. And if it's a character-based story, then yeah, the character should be coming first. If it is a story that is focusing on, like, maybe marginalized identities, then focusing on giving those identities out and making sure you're doing a good job with them, that's what comes first. The research, the care, the understanding that may not be otherwise relevant. I don't know. Does that make sense? Those are the words that I just said make sense, because they didn't make sense to me saying them as I was saying them out loud. Okay, next one. The protagonist should be a protagonist, not just a vessel for the antagonist to hog the story. If you're going to make a villain protagonist, just open with that. What is a villain protagonist? Is it an anti-hero? Is it a, like, I don't know. The protagonist should be a protagonist, not just a vessel for the antagonist to hog the story. I don't understand. If the antagonist is starting to hog the story, then is the antagonist not the protagonist? What is happening? What are words? What does the English language mean? Verbal salad, I don't know. That's something that probably could be gotten into more later, but I do think this is another vague about a story that I don't know what she's talking about. But there are also just stories that do a good job with a flat protagonist and a charismatic antagonist that the story is more or less focusing on. I disagree with her. We'll just leave it at that. Perspective shifts are a staple of storytelling. Having only one perspective isn't a stylistic choice. It's just crap. That's a Steven Universe dig. That is also patently untrue. There are plenty of stories that entirely focus from the perspective of one character. Harry Potter is a very good example. There are very few times that J.K. Rowling broke from Harry's perspective, and the times that she did were kind of crap. Of course, now, looking back on it, I see her writing style as very juvenile anyway. So I feel like her writing overall needs a lot of work. But at the time as a kid, when I was enjoying the stories, I did not enjoy the perspective shifts. I liked that it was so focused on Harry and his reality and his perspective, and there is stuff that I didn't understand that I slowly did as I grew up from his perspective. But no, it's not just... Perspective shifts are good. They're not bad. Choosing to have a story focus entirely on one perspective is a choice. It's a well-worn choice. And also, like, kind of common. Like... Oh, man. My brain broke for a second. Another bad story. 50 Shades of Grey. I believe 50 Shades of Grey all focuses in on Anastasia's point of view, and it's not a bad book because it stays in Anastasia's point of view. It's a bad book because it's a fucking bad book. Like, I don't know where she gets off on this. That, her trying to give a writing tip here is actually a writing tip, but it's just not, it's not good. Sorry, this isn't a win. Let's see. If you're making a cartoon, hire writers. Don't just have your storyboarders write the story. That's not what they're there for. Artists draw, writers write. Artists cannot just take over for the writers on a whim. Steven Universe dig, also not true. When you listen to stuff like Gravity Falls, the writers were listening to the storyboard artists and each other, as well as the fact that Steven Universe in particular was meant to be storyboard driven with an overarching plot. There was no asking them to step in. They were the artists and the writers. This is also very much something that you would get from Clement Greenberg. And fuck Clement Greenberg. Writers can do more than write. Artists can do more than draw. They are allowed to think and have thoughts about opinions of their own work. So, fuck you. Fuck you for making me think of Clement Greenberg again. Related to Rule 2, Will They, Won't They isn't a fun story, it's just addiction peddling. We need to stop pretending Ross Rachel was good storytelling and learn to appreciate Chandler Monica and Joey Rachel. Don't know anything about Friends, so I don't know what's being said here. However, Will They, Won't They is fine. It has its place. It can be overdone. If it's done by itself, it can be tedious, but this is, once again, a Lily Orchard preference, not a writing tip. 37. Romance trope but gay is not an absolute rule to live by. If She-Ra taught us anything, it's that gay Raylo was not actually improvement. I do not know anything about Kylo Ren and Rey. I do not know what she is talking about. But once again, romance trope but gay. Romance tropes are romance tropes. They are usable, they are functional, they are beloved. People will go read the same trope over and over again and take great delight in it. I am one of those people. I also write in niches that are focused on these very specific tropes. People like these. So, romance trope but gay is just romance trope. Like, okay. That's it. Gay Raylo, I don't have any words for that because I don't know what she's talking about. So we'll go on to 38. Someone on this Hill site once made the remark, "We need more lesbian non-con because purity is boring. This is a dangerous, violent person. Do not listen to them. They do not have a point. Seriously, my fucking god, what is wrong with you people?" This is not a writing tip. It's not a writing tip, and also this is a little frustrating to read because there's nothing wrong with purity. Whoever she's talking about was wrong in that regard. There's nothing wrong with wanting fluffy, sweet nothings. Lord knows that I defended the Boyfriends comic because of this sort of shit. People talking about how the Boyfriends comic was nothing but a bunch of tropes and cliches and fluffy, cute nothingness. And it's like, it's okay to want to read and enjoy sweet nothingness. It's fluff. It's good. It's sweet. Let people enjoy it. At the same time, the person who was saying something about needing more lesbian non-con is probably being hyperbolic in much the same way that Lily Orchard is currently saying that these were a joke or whatever. And there is a point of, like, women loving women media tends to lean on this idea of we can't be like men, we must be pure. And we can't sexualize the woman because it's a woman. We would be bad, we would be no better than men. And it's like, you are allowed to be horny. You're allowed to be a horny freak. If you're a woman who likes a woman, who wants to fuck a woman, you're allowed to want to fuck the woman. You're allowed to want to bone her. You're allowed to be sexually attracted to her. You don't have to, like, just limit your idea of sex to placidly holding hands in the villa or whatever. And rape and non-con, dubious consent, consensual non-consent, rape fantasies are the most common and popular fantasy within people who have grown up with womanhood as part of their identity at some point. So, having someone say, I want this, I don't want just purity, that makes sense to me, because, like, it's just a part of human nature. It's not a very pleasant part. It's not something people really want to talk about, because fetishes and kinks and the idea of exploring this loss of control in a controlled, safe space is not exactly something that people like to talk about. But that's also what writing problematic stuff like non-con is and can be, it's useful for, and what porn can be useful for. This isn't endorsement of actual rape, I should add. There is a difference between having a fantasy and having a fetish and then actually going past that and trying to do something with it. It's like people who eroticize cannibalism. They know that cannibalism is wrong. They know that cannibalism can hurt people. It can hurt people. They know cannibalism inherently hurts another party and violates their bodily autonomy in a way that cannot be dealt with. There are people who try to negotiate safe ways to have cannibalism that aren't necessarily, like, they're not that great all the time. There's this thing about, like, trying to figure out, can you consent to having your body consumed post-mortem, etc., etc. I'm getting into the weeds here a bit, but there's a discussion to be had about, like, the way that the internet treats lesbian and women-led relationships and the purity culture and trying to keep that pure, and how that overlaps with fetishization and rape and non-con fantasies and people just wanting to be fucking people. I don't think this is the video for it. I think that would be a later video. Let's see. Next one. Number 39. Women who fetishize abuse. Raylos, Catradoras, Kygos, who the fuck is Kygos, etc. Presented as something as feminist and paint detractors as misogynist or gaslighting you, don't listen to them. This is an anti-talking point, I think. That's what it's reading as to me, at least. And for me in particular, I don't have much to say because this isn't a writing tip. This is a how to handle your audience tip, kind of. Does that make sense? It's like, it's not writing, it's how do you handle if people are trying to get you to write something or read something and enjoy something that you don't like and you characterize as, in this case, fetishized abuse. So it's not really a writing tip. It's not worth getting into. It shouldn't be in this list because it just doesn't belong. Okay, on to 41. Rape victims are not villains and should never be written as villains. Don't be like Blizzard. Cost $0 to not be a misogynistic pig. Okay, ignoring the fact that clearly she's seen rape victims solely as women, hence the misogynistic. I'm also going to assume that she is thinking of rapists solely as men, because usually that ties into each other pretty tightly. But maybe it's an unfair assumption. I think the one fair assumption is she is focusing on women rape survivors versus rape survivors general. And she is talking about how, and again, an abuse victim can never be an abuser. a rape victim can never be an abuser in this case, which would be very convenient for her if true because of her own accusations and her own trauma. So I think this is not a good point. I think this is her trying to deflect again, and I think she is talking about a character, she's vaguing about a character whom I don't know, and talking about them in such a way that is also kind of covering her own ass from her own history. So that's all I got on that. It is once again not another tip. It is also just wrong advice for life. Abusers can and do often become, or abusees, abuse victims, abuse survivors do and can often become abusers themselves. That's why in stories like Steven Universe had Steven actively trying to break the cycle, even as the crystal gems and the diamonds and everyone around him were either encouraging a continuation or were unintentionally, for the most part, being abusive as well in their own ways to him. So yeah, I think that's all I've got for that one. Let's get back to my house so I can take a nap. And let's see. 42. If straight men really hate a certain character but lesbians love them, there's a 90% chance that is your best character. That's... I don't know what she's vaguing about, but it's something... Clearly, it's one of those things of like... the straight men don't like this female character, so, but the lesbians as a... Clearly, they only have one brain, love them, so clearly it's a good characterization, etc., etc. Again, not really a tip. It's not really anything. It's just a vague post about something that I don't know. 43. If one of your writers believes Simon Infinity Train was misunderstood and Grace is a villain, oh my gosh, I'm about to die. Get out of the water, get away from 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 the water. Where the fuck did a trident drowned come from? That's not fair. Okay. Not in the middle of me talking about fucking writing tips. You're so rude. Anyway. So... If one of your writers believes that Simon, Infinity Train, was misunderstood and Grace is a villain, that writer should be fired immediately. Okay, so for people unfamiliar with Infinity Train, one of the seasons deals with a group of people, young adults and kids, who have been on the train, and instead of making their numbers go down... Wait. I should start from the beginning. Infinity Train is a cartoon series that focused on this train that would pick people up and then assign them a number. And the idea was this train would lead them through a series of trials and tribulations that would get their number to go down. And the number corresponds with the amount of growth they have to do as a person. Simon and Grace come from, I believe, season 3. And they are, Simon in particular, they're both young adults that, I believe, boarded the train when they were teenagers, and they found each other, and instead of working to get their number to go down, they've been working to drive their number up so that they won't have to leave. They believe that the train gives them everything they want. They don't want to go back to reality, because their realities kind of sucked, and they have led several other children and young people into following them. Throughout the course of season 3, we watch as Grace goes from the leader of these group of misfits to learning to love and take care of this little girl who is a denizen of the train. She's not an actual little girl. and her number, as such as it is fake. And we watch as Grace slowly grows as a person and realizes that she's not meant to stay here forever. And we watch as Simon kind of loses his shit and refuses to move on with her. And the show does not treat him as if he's in the right. He ends up dying in a horrifying way. It's quite it's scary. It's a very intense scene for a cartoon, I will say that. And Grace does end up, like, she mourns, everyone kind of mourns Simon a little bit. And it's Simon is a tragic character, in my opinion. He was misled by an adult when he first came in, and then his reality gets completely broken when Grace is tricked by the train to take care of this young girl, turtle girl, and ends up, even once she learns the truth, does not, like, go turn her back on this denizen, and ends up completely changing her mind. Like, his world gets broken. His world was Grace and the group and everything that was that. So it's a tragedy, is what Simon's story is. I don't know what Lily is vague about here, but I would agree with the idea that if you have someone in your friend group that is saying that Simon is a victim and Grace is the villain, I'd be very interested in hearing them out. And it may be a sign of a lack of maturity on their part, and it may be an interesting discussion to be had. I don't know, because I don't know what she's talking about. But yeah, no, Simon and Grace are an interesting protagonist-antagonist coupling. They have been through a lot, and I really like Infinity Train, and I'm very upset that it got completely decimated. Where is this traded? We're going to go. Okay, we survived. I still don't know where Trident Dude came from. Like, what the hell, actually? And I got some sunflowers to go around the edge of my field so that I can find it a little more easily. Oh, rain. Fun. Okay. Anyway, back to Lily Orchard's words of advice. That she says are a joke, but I don't think they were. I think they got received poorly, and so she deleted them, and she resents the fact that we are talking about it again. 44. The best solution to a love triangle is polyamory. Sometimes. I don't feel like I need to go much deeper into that. Sometimes the solution is polyamory. Sometimes it does not benefit your story. It really depends. 45. If you have a male character who actually shows respect and admiration to a woman, and some of your viewers call that character a simp, there's a 90% chance that you have a good character. That's not a tip. Whatever. It's not a tip. I don't care. 46. Mary Sue is not a real criticism. It's thinly veiled misogyny. Always disregard it. And this is another one that's difficult. Not nearly as difficult and complicated as the whole discussing purity culture and women loving women being sterilized so that they can't feel like they can express an attraction to the sex that they experience attraction to. At least they be treated like men deal. But it's a bit sticky. Yes, Mary Sue is very often applied to a misogynistic framework that how do I say this? Mary Sue, as a general rule, in the year 2024, I do kind of side-eye people who call characters Mary Sue's as like the only way to dismiss it, and without further explanation, they get the side-eye. They get a lot of distrust from me. Because, like, how am I supposed to, like, take you seriously if you can't articulate your thoughts beyond the most basic of whatever? You know the words that I'm saying. But Mary Sue also is it used to be a specific criticism that unfortunately is not so specific anymore because it has been misused so much. And it's supposed to be criticizing a sort of self-insert character that gets everything they want. They have no real restrictions. It's very much a wish fulfillment character that is trying not to appear as a wish fulfillment character. And so, as someone who has been writing reader insert fan fiction lately, there's still kind of a difference between blatant insert and Mary Sue. But generally, I do agree with this. Without going too in depth, it's just easier to, if someone is saying your character's a Mary Sue, and they say nothing else about it, and especially if the character is a female with some abnormalities, like maybe different colored hair or something like that. But if your character is a powerful woman who has agency, and someone is like, oh, you gotta marry Sue, and they're not giving you any other feedback, just disregard. There's no point in giving them the time of day, because not just that they're using a word that is meant to just like arrest you completely and make you feel ashamed for writing something self-indulgent, but also, like, if they're not giving you actual feedback, there's no point in entertaining them anyway. Like, give me criticism, don't give me nothing, you know? Going to put that there. Let's see. Mary Sue is not a real criticism. It is thinly veiled misogyny. Always disregard it. Mostly agree. Emotional vulnerability does not make a female character anti-feminist. Yeah, that makes sense. That is... I can't argue against that one because it's just, yeah. I don't know anybody who is saying that, but... Well... no, actually, I take that back. There was Anita Sarkeesian's whole thing with Princess Peach's emotions being used in one story as, like, her power. I think that could be read that way. But I wouldn't... That's not where I would first think. I don't know what she's vaping about here. But yeah, no. Emotional vulnerability, I like that in a character. I like it especially when a usually stoic character has to become emotionally vulnerable in order to move on and get the help that they need. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having a character who is a woman or was socialized as a woman having strong emotions. Let's see, goblins are inherently anti-Semitic. Complicated. I think it is safer if you're not someone who wants to, like, take the time to work with goblins in a deeper level beyond what they are characterized as. It's better to just treat that as a red poker stick or whatever and not touch it. But again, that's variable. It depends. And I wouldn't trust most people who are like, oh no, I'm just writing a goblin and everything about goblins are being done without anything done to it. I do know that Terry Pratchett hit something at some point with goblins, I believe. I haven't gotten there yet. Hopefully we'll be soon. 49. If your first thought when told about a bigoted trope, bury your gays, goblins, etc., is to try and figure out how to do it well, you are a huge turd who is missing the point. It's not that these tropes aren't done well, it's that they're done too much. Goblins aren't a trope. They're a species / race, depending on who you're talking about. And I don't know. I feel like having the spike to do this, try and do it well, is something that is good. But it also leads someone easily into the trap of they won't take advice because they think everyone's being closed-minded because they're trying to make a story out of spite. And when you're doing something entirely out of spite, it does make you a little more defensive. You know? I know. And I'm talking to myself, so clearly I'm the only one that matters right now. Writing a relationship based on a dynamic or getting a particular trope, i.e. enemies to lovers, into the story is a bad idea. Again, as someone who has ghostwritten and writes within romance and erotica niches that are focused very heavily on specific dynamics and specific tropes, and markets my pen names as such, no, like, dude, it's not a bad decision. There's some writing that isn't like, how do I explain this? There's writing that I am passionate about, that I love to do, and that will never make me a dime. And that's fine. I love it. I'm not particularly trying to write a dynamic, I'm not trying to prove a point in there, etc., etc. There's also writing that I have done, that I will be picking back up now that I've graduated, that I do write, I do love it, I do enjoy it, but I write it specifically to make money. There's nothing wrong with that either. It's still a labor, and still something that I love to do. It's not something I'm doing for free, and it's something that I am following the formula for, and I'm making my own twist on it. And it's something that even though I haven't written in like 2 years and add it to my catalog, I'm still making $30 off of like 10 stories a month. That's not bad considering that my stories are priced at like $2.99 and I don't get all that profit. I get like 30%. So this is not good advice. This is okay advice if you're not concerned about, if depending on the type of writing that you're doing, it can be okay. If you have a story you want to tell and you're writing to tell that story, then yeah, no, don't worry about putting your book into categories and tropes and genres and all that. Write your story first, get the words down, make them sound halfway decent, and then start worrying about it. Then look at what you've gotten and be like, okay, now, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to publish it professionally? Okay, I need to make sure that it fits into the genre needs of the time. Because that's an unfortunate reality too, is we got to look at like the professional world and seeing what's selling at the moment. Like when we had Owl House and Amphibia and Star vs. the Forces of Evil all coming out, they all kind of feel like they fit a general girl enters magical world and shenanigans ensue sort of deal, right? They all end up very differently, and they all end up telling very different stories, but they all fit this general idea, and a very general trope, or a play on a trope. But yeah, if it's a labor of love first, make it a labor of love first. Don't worry about fitting into a certain niche. Let that niche come as you are revising and as you figure out what you're wanting to do with it in the long run, and how you want to market or sell it, if you want to do that at all. Because not everyone wants to do that, and that is totally fine. Lord knows that I've got that for a couple of stories. So yeah, it's advice. it is not good advice, especially if you are wanting to be a genre writer or do what I do, where you focus on very specific stories to go into very specific niches and sell them to people who are looking for those niches. So, yeah. Let's see. Vitriol does not. Rule 51. Vitriol does not immediately render criticism invalid. If you tone police criticism, you'll likely miss something important. Agree and disagree. Also, the fact that it is Lily Orchard saying this is really, really funny to me because she dismisses even the slightest criticism. She actually has me blocked because I asked her why she chooses to misgender Ant and Sai from Sai Scribbles, and she decided that I was being disingenuous when I was legitimately just being like, you care a lot about like being misgendered, etc., but you are choosing to do this, and it is not that hard to find their pronouns, even without watching their videos. Like, from Ant's YouTube channel, I think I had to click on 2 links to find his pronouns, to be sure. And Sai's, I don't know where Sai's are. Sai kind of rubs me the wrong way in several ways, and so I haven't like poked through her stuff as much, but you know, it's whatever. You can still criticize someone and the way that they discuss things and gender them correctly. Like, fuck's sake. You think Lily would get that? And I say that because if you don't know, or if you're not familiar with Lily Orchard, she is actually a trans woman, just like I am a trans non-binary man. So, yeah, he thinks she would get that. But also the way that she accepts criticism is to not at all. And that's why I chosen to make my videos, because she has blocked me. I don't want to engage with, I would not be engaging with her on good faith, honestly, if I tried to discuss her stories. And that's another video I want to make, is I want to actually dissect one of her stories and discuss what does and doesn't work from an amateur or semi-professional writing experience, as someone who does self-publish and doesn't get to do a lot of editing, because the self-publishing is done like where I do, I think at the time I was doing like a story a day, or at least like 3 stories a week. What was that? It's a chicken. And when I'm building up to it, and I'm working on getting up to a story a week for future publishing purposes, so that doesn't give me a lot of editing time. It doesn't give me any time to like have people read over it, but you know, it's good. I think it'll be a good writing exercise for me as well. Let's see. Let's get back to my hole. We're going back to the hole, so that I don't die in my Minecraft world. The fact that I have survived this long, even just looking for a village, is kind of amazing, if I'm completely honest. Anyway, 52. Your fandom will fight and argue. This is how people solve conflicts. It's typically better to let people fight it out than to be complacent and beg people to just stop fighting. I don't know what she is vaguing about here, but I also know that this is not a writing tip. This is dealing with fandom tip, which is not a bad thing to advise if someone has started developing a fandom and they don't know how to handle it. It's easy to fall into these like easy traps, but this is not what that list is supposed to. This list is supposed to be about writing. This is not about writing. This is about engaging with fans and fandom and fan culture. So we're going to skip 53. Related to above, every headcanon is valid, should never leave your mouth. Do you want pedophiles and fascists in your fan base? Because this is how you get pedophiles and fascists in your fan base. Again, what? This is dealing with fandom. This is not dealing with writing. when I'm looking for writing advice, I'm not looking for how to deal with people fighting and asking me questions as though I have 1,000 people who like my work. I'm still in the writing process. I'm not in the publishing process, I'm not in the editing process. I need writing advice. And this is not that. Also, as a tip for people who are worried about potentially having something, a piece of media, a story that they've created, being picked up by people and being asked questions like this, if you are doing something professional, if you're not doing something that is like fan fiction, but you're doing a TV show, a movie, a book series, a comic, whatever, the best thing to do when dealing with people who are asking us questions and you don't want to give the answers or people are trying to share their fan work with you, especially fan fiction, you don't want to read the fan fiction, that can get you in legal trouble. And you can say, hey, I put everything I want in the story for you guys to interpret. How you choose to do that is based off of your experiences. But I'm not going to go through and tell you, I'm not going to dictate to you and everyone else how my story should be read. Because you, as the creator, will hopefully have put all the pieces in the work itself to that your interpretation should be in there. And if people are taking grossly very different things from it, then you can go in and be like, hey, I'm not dealing with fascists. This isn't fascist propaganda. But also, if you're having fascists like come into your work and take it onto their own, you might want to question why they are resonating with your story. And that is a pro tip from someone who will hopefully be publishing their comic online October 31st. I gotta build the website. It's supposed to be a Thursday thing. It's supposed to be starting Thursday, I should add. Okay, but still not a writing tip. 54. Speaking out against abuse fetishists, pedophiles, and bigots in your fanbase will always be better in the long run than being quiet or complacent. Might be exhausting to deal with, but it's better for everyone in the long run. Again, it's not writing advice. I don't know how to, discuss this. And also, I don't know how to talk about it in a way that makes sense, especially because if you are a small-time person, you should... Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't know. Fan service is a concept you should never think about. Fans who need to be serviced are not actually fans. If you have fans, those fans are already having fun and don't need to be pandered to. So we know she's talking about panty shots and shit, right? Like, I could talk about how fan service is not literally titillation all the time, necessarily. It can also be about indulging in fan theories, or a good example would be the one My Little Pony episode that was clearly a love letter to the adult fans of the show. It made no sense, it's kind of dumb, but it is what it is. They wanted to show appreciation for the adult fans, because I'm pretty sure the adult fans helped kept that show running for so long. That generation, at least. But it also, it was what it was. She's not talking about that. She is talking about panty shots, she's talking about sexualization, titillization, that sort of thing. Like, it's fine. We can be specific. I don't need to, beat a dead horse about, that's not what all fan service is. I guess I agree. Fan service shouldn't be necessary. You shouldn't be needing to hold someone's attention by, jiggling your keys in front of them and the keys have boobs. That's all I really got for this one. I don't disagree with it. I think that fan service in a non-sexualized way can be fun and nice and cool and awesome. that MLP episode, even though it didn't really do anything for the show and didn't add anything, that was a really nice way to say, like, thank you and indulge in some of the fan theories a bit. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it shouldn't necessarily be necessary. And I don't know. And that's the way that she talks about it. It is what it is, you know? It's Lily Orchard's tone is always going to be more. It's going to be read as strident by me, especially because of how she speaks in her videos. Okay. 56. The tendency for shipping to dominate discourse is the biggest sign that characters and their relationships are more satisfying than anything else. People didn't petition for a 4th season of Kim Possible to see what happened with Drake or to see new villains. Don't know what she's talking about Kim Possible for. We're not going to get into that. I don't remember how many seasons Kim Possible has. I feel like Kim Possible is very satisfying for as long as it ran and it didn't need to go any longer. I also disagree. I think that fandom in general, this is still not a writing tip by the way, I think fandom in general just kind of like lends itself to the most vocal people being shippers. See Dungeon Meshi. See the fact that I started getting into Dungeon Meshi because I thought there were lesbian relationships in it, and there were not. In fact, the story is a whole lot deeper, and trying to make the story completely focused on Fallen and Marcel's relationship was doing the show a disservice in my opinion. I also think Dungeon Meshi is very horny in its own way. But for the most part, once again, you have me humming and hoeing and not really sure how to respond to this in a good way. Because it's not writing advice, and shipping dominating discourse is not necessarily a sign that you're succeeding. I don't know. I think because of how she is about characters and relationships in the previous tips, that for her this is a positive sign, but I would not necessarily agree that this is shipping discourse is a sign of a healthy, well-written story. I think it's a sign that people care about shipping. And sometimes that is to the detriment of your story, because they don't pay attention to it. And they flatten the characters out into stereotypes or into personalities that aren't actually their own. And it is what it is. That's just part of fandom. 57. Let's see. Complaints about too much negativity is shooting the messenger. There's an overabundance of negativity. That means there's things to be negative about. People cannot be positive without things to be positive about. I mean, they can. Have you seen the FNAF fandom? I mean, FNAF people build up the entire story for Scott Cawthon and company without their help. I mean, come on. Again, this isn't writing advice. This is some vague post about something that's happened in some fandom that she was part of in that time period that, well, I would say in that time period, but let's be real, considering the way that she talks about Steven Universe to this day, she could be talking about something that she could be talking about Steven Universe. But, except all of that stuff, you know, it's vague posting. It's not anything that is actually substantive or useful. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, except be like, okay, this isn't a writing tip. And it's also not accurate for the fandoms that I am personally a part of. So we'll go to the next one. 58. If you do something bigoted and get yelled at for it, listen to the people yelling at you. Cancel culture isn't real. The rage and vitriol will be gone in 2 weeks. You'll be a better person for it. Getting yelled at stopped being the end of the world at age 10. Not writing advice. Also blatantly not true. Cancel culture is a word that describes an actual phenomenon that does happen. And we do talk about it. It's similar to boycotting. And it's about putting social pressures onto people to, like, convince companies to drop problematic creators for one reason or the other. And it does work. We see it working on both sides of the party line, honestly. More to conservatives' effect than liberals, unfortunately, or leftists. But it does happen to work. And it doesn't always end in 2 weeks. It almost never ends in 2 weeks. You should know this, Lily. You are constantly in the limelight for your own very negative actions. Let's see. If you do listen, the quickest and easiest way, this is tip 59, to make yelling stop is to own up to the mistake. Don't make excuses or explain why you did the bad thing. Fix it and never repeat it. Progressives are very forgiving if you give them results. Stubbornness is what gets people canceled. So this is a contradiction to her last one, but it's also, she doesn't follow her own advice here. If it was writing advice, which it's not, she's not doing it. Forced diversity, and this is number 60. Forced diversity is a right-wing dog whistle, not a criticism. No notes, this is correct. 61. Reclaimed slurs are not universal, and as such should never be included in a work. This is because she doesn't like queer, isn't it? Well, unfortunately for you, Lily, I don't agree with this one. The never is a big thing. It really is dependent on, like, the person and the story being told, in my opinion. I found a manuscript of a story that I shall be continuing writing, where, to call it what it is basically a, what if Chronicles of Narnia, except the kids, you meet the kids after they're forced to go back home, and they have to deal with the fallout of growing up in Narnia, and Narnia is also a big metaphor for the closet. That's what it is. I don't use the word queer much in that story, because most of the characters in there are not people who would reclaim that as a word. I, however, do reclaim it as a word because I've had it used against me, and it is a word with a strong history that is, queer people have been using it for a long time. I'm having a bit of a back break. My back hurts. I'm not used to sitting up at a desk after 2 years of, like, my MFA program and everything else. Oh, there's 2 viewers now. Hello, 2 viewers. I don't know if you are actually listening to me or if I'm just, like, background now. Or what is it that people say in the background of movies? Watermelon? I'm just watermeloning in the background for you, but hello. I was not expecting there to be 2 people. I don't know how long you've been here. Anyway, so I disagree with this idea. Reclaimed slurs are not universal, agreed. But that doesn't mean you can't ever use them in a work. That's just not true. There is some complications versus stuff like the N-word and the R-word and queer, but that's not the discussion being had here right now. This is supposed to be writing advice, or writing tips, and this tip is just not a good tip. So we're going to go to number 62. Oppressed people fighting against their oppressors are not villains. No, I don't care if you think they went too far. Not all of those who respond with violence are wrong, and not all of those who preach nonviolence are right to do so. This is another sticky one. We're doing good with the sticky ones today. I already knew that she was going to have issues with the idea of going too far or something like that. Like, that's not much of a Orchard secret that she has an issue with calling people who go too far, using that as a word or whatever. But again, it's just like one of those, it depends. Having stories that actively break the cycle of violence is something that's different. It's what makes Steven Universe and Avatar The Last Airbender stand out, in my opinion. Because the obvious thing is right there, right in front of you. And everyone's expecting it. Everyone's already forgiving Aang and Steven for doing something that would be, in normal circumstances, reprehensible. But they choose not to do that. They choose to do a different way and to give the villains of their stories a chance to make a change for themselves. Whether or not they actually do that is not up to Steven or Aang. But they chose not to compromise their morals. They chose to break the cycle. And that's what we have the story with. And that's... the story doesn't feel satisfying to most people because, like, we are both used to that cycle of violence being like, okay, it ends here, it ends after this one final act. And we're also used to Steven Universe did not get to end the way that it needed / wanted to. So it's definitely one of those moments of, like, they kind of got, by not compromising their story, again, they ended up flubbing it. Which, what, I still think, oh my fucking god, there was a village right here the entire time. I'm so mad. Did you know about this? Did you know about this, and did you not tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Huh? Well, you can't tell anyone now. I spent, like, an hour looking for a village, and it's right over here. And it's the most basic bitch village, too. Oh my gosh, I'm so angry. Anyway, that was a fantastic ending point, clearly. No, I don't agree with her again. There are stories where it's worth discussing the idea of how far is too far. And it's also worth noting that, like, not all the story, you can have a story be like, no, we're going to exact revenge, this is going to happen, and you can deal with the consequences after, too. Like, there's also just nothing wrong with having a wish fulfillment story that has the protagonist doing that, but you have to have it set in a way that is understandable and makes sense in that world. It wouldn't have made sense for Steven to shatter the gems. It wouldn't have made sense for Aang not to try and find a way to avoid killing Ozai. The way that they chose to go about it makes sense and is in character for the characters, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, we just have to deal with, the material realities of things weren't as foreshadowed as they needed to be, or weren't as satisfying as we wanted it to be, as the audience. And there's nothing wrong with that either, with admitting that it didn't. They tried and they failed. So, yeah, again, I'm not going to agree with her in this remark. And say again, it depends. It depends on the story, it depends on how you tell it, and it depends on the what restrictions you have. If you're writing a show for a cable network, you may not be able to guarantee all the time that you have all the time that you need to tell the story. So then you have to figure out, how do I make compromises? Do I make compromises, or do I tell a different story? Bibsy Pop. Sorry, she's an easy one to hit right now because, oh my gosh, Hazbin Hotel. It's something else. Okay, related to the above, for Rule 63. A good spin on the heroes who never kill mantra is to highlight how refusing to kill a villain who later goes on to kill more innocent people makes the hero responsible for those deaths. That's a free story theme for you. I'm going to die. Get to my hole. Okay, I'm in my hole. That is a story theme that has been done before, and I agree. It's a cool story theme. I think it is it's an interesting take on things. I think having that in children's media or future stories might be a really cool dynamic that isn't explored much currently. But at the same time, it kind of has been explored a bit, but you know, it's what it is. It's fine. It's not anything original, but it's a neat theme. '64. If you're writing fantasy and you have no issue having dragons in your world, but suddenly think people of color are unrealistic because something medieval Europe, you're a huge turd and an idiot. I don't have any argument with that. There were people of color in medieval Europe. Also, it is fantasy. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. You don't have to follow. You can follow the rule of cool. You don't gotta follow, like, this is how everything has to be ever, and never ever do what you want. Like, it's your fucking story at the end of the day, you know? I totally make sense. Those words totally made sense, Icarus. You are a fantastic orator. Let's go back to the village. Because fuck this place, I'm out. I'm going to the place with the people that I want from the very, very start, and I'm going to wall them off, and I'm going to make the place my town. I'm very angry that I missed this. It was right there. Let's see. We'll go to 65. Sexual tension and chemistry are not only indicators of a potential relationship, and a relationship is the quickest to fade. Is that true? I'm gonna have to, like, talk to an allosexual person, or after I finally get done with this, listen to Ant's piece, because I am asexual. Therefore, sexual tension and sexual chemistry aren't really things that are on my radar. Having a partner who would appreciate me in a physical, intimate manner is important to me, but is also not a make it or break it deal for me at this point in time in my life either. So, but I don't think, based off of my very limited experience, I don't think that's true. Like, that doesn't feel kosher, if you know what I mean. It feels like if you're having issues like that, maybe something is going on with your own life or your own romance that you're putting on other people. I don't know. Like I said, this isn't my area of expertise. I write it, I don't, I don't live it. Don't remember me, villager. I'm trying to find a home with a chest. Aha. I love that they're all so judgmental, and I'm like, I'm just looking for a place to live. And then the next step is going to be actually carving out my territory. Okay. That should be enough to start with. Let's see. 66. The best potential romantic partner for a character is her best friend. They're best friends for a reason. I mean, yes and no. Again, it's more complicated than what she is making it seem. And it really is more a matter of personal preference than it is a hard rule. So I can't really unilaterally agree with this, and it's a personal preference. It's just a best friend. I've written that. I've also written enemies to lovers. I've also... Yeah, we're just back to enemies to lovers as shit again, aren't we? She's like a broken record, but so am I. 7, 8, 9... God damn it, why are you out here? Okay, next one. First, let me lay down my first block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 67. I don't want X character to be defined by her relationships is a stupid philosophy to have. Everyone is defined by their relationships. That's how human beings work. I mean, yes and no. I would not wholly agree with that, because human beings are also defined by, like, just being people. Wow, I'm wording so well today. Now, it's something like, we are defined by our relationships, but we're also defined by, like, being people, essentially. How did I say this in a way that makes sense? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So, words. Human beings are defined by a lot of things. We get a lot of ourselves, and our evolution comes from being social animals who are able to communicate and utilize tools and all of that junk. All of that is true. But we also are creatures who develop habits and do stuff and are in ourselves our own complete human beings. We do develop from relationships, but I wouldn't say that the only thing that defines a human is their relationship to other people. And also, she puts this very generically with the word relationships, but I'm sorry, once again, I have to play I know that she is referencing romantic relationships. Like, and it's completely valid and warranted to not want a character to be defined by her romantic relationships. And I'm only saying this the way that I'm saying it because Lily Orchard herself is using a particular set of pronouns here. She's using female pronouns, implying a female character. If she was not implying a female character, she wouldn't be using female pronouns, and I wouldn't even say waxing philosophically or poetically. I wouldn't be talking about this like I am. I would be discussing it as a more general relationships, in which case I would have a harder time disagreeing with her, because I do think human beings are defined in some significant way by how we have interacted with other people and what we've taken away from those interactions and those previous relationships, no matter how small. But this is very heavily leaning towards a discussion of romantic relationships, and I feel like between it being a female character being discussed explicitly and knowing that there has been lots of pushback about female characters being defined by their romantic relationships, by being in relationships with the men, especially, it's a little disingenuous to be like, no, this is all that there is from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. From someone who has a lot of issues, has issues writing platonic relationships in a way that reads as platonic and not more romantically intimate and that sort of thing. So I will agree, humans are, as a rule, defined and created and create themselves as individuals through their relationships with other human beings. And humans are inherently social creatures, so acknowledging that fact and acknowledging that we do need these social interactions is not inherently wrong. But I don't think she's talking about generic relationships. I think she's talking specifically about women in not wanting your female characters to be defined solely by their female or by their romantic relationships, especially if they happen to be cishet. So that's a lot of words for a lot of nothing. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's get my little butt into a house. Hi, my bed now. 69. Slow burn does not mean taking forever to get together. It means full series long romantic subplot. Getting together is the start of a romantic subplot, not the end. No. No. That is not what slow burn means. And if you think that's what slow burn means, I'm sorry, but you are... What are you reading? In fact, let's pause the game and open up a new link. We're going to just... Oh, I love this. A state of slowly mounting anger or annoyance. That's me with fucking... Let's see. How do you define a slow burn? And set link the gradual escalation in the romance with a lot of simmering tension that makes me anticipate the end with excitement. By the end, the kiss happens and they make it to bed together. I should want it as bad as they do. They want each other, but something stands in their way. There could be a barrier to their romance. There's an idiot. Enemies to lovers is usually slow burn too. Let's see. When it comes down to pacing, there's no definitive moment of action or climax, but several moments of tension that build upon each other. It's slow. At least one aspect of the plot must take its time to develop. It doesn't mean it's meandering, but it is moving at a slower pace. The actual length doesn't matter with it being classified as a slow burn. It can be used for both sides having realized and admitted they like each other, them deciding on a relationship first time they have sex, ensuing angst. So it's possible to have a slow burn in second and third, but you know. But yeah. Just going through like our fanfic or I love this slow burn means people are getting angry. Gradual organic development of feelings. It's a romantic subplot. That means that the romance is a secondary plot to whatever is happening. It does not mean that the romance has to be them getting together at the start. In fact, that is the complete opposite of what is colloquially known as a slow burn romance. Like, I am sorry, Lily, but not only are you factually incorrect, but people who love fucking the stuff that you hate, apparently, enemies to lovers, say that it works really, really well with their fucking favorite tropes. So, yeah. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. What if I just did this? But no, that is, as a fanfic writer, as a romance writer, as an erotica writer, her definition of slow burn is so wrong, it makes me want to laugh and cry. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're going to go out from here. So, yeah, no, slow burn's not taking forever to get together. It is very specifically, when speaking about romance and not anger, it's talking about... I'm sorry. The fact that you look up slow burn and the first thing isn't, like, a romance answer, but it is anger. That tickles me. That tickles me so much, I can't help it. I am but a simple man. But it's about the building of romantic tension. It's about them figuring things out. It's about them overcoming the obstacles and finally ending up together. So you end that fic with that kiss, with them getting together, and you are just like, finally, they can have their happily ever after. Because that's another important thing with romance, is the happily ever after. It is not a true blue romance if it's not happily ever after or happily for now. And happily for now means maybe things get fucked up in the future, but for right now, everything is okay. Everything will be okay, and our couple is together. So, no, Lily, you are just full-on wrong here in the most funny way. Thank you for that laugh. It was needed, however late in the game we are here. I'm not looking at OBS, so I don't know how long I've been streaming. Not OBS, Streamlabs. There's still 2 people here. Hi. Am I one of the people? That would be kind of funny. How long have I been streaming? Does it tell me? No. No, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Oh, I skipped 68. I went right to 69. I had to go to the sex number, clearly. Anyway, 68. And then we'll jump to 70. If you don't want a character to only be remembered for a romantic subplot, don't end the story on that subplot reaching its conclusion. Give it time to sink in and become the new normal for the viewer. The memorable moment will always be the last moment. I mean, yes and no. You're still going to have people who only like a story for the romance at the end of the day. And, I mean, Dungeon Meshi, again, very good example. That book has, like, 2 canon romantic entanglements, and everything else is just, like, siblings and friends and co-workers and all that other stuff. And yet, so much of the discourse is specifically built around the whole, so much of the discourse is built around shipping. You can't escape it. I can't escape it. I went into Dungeon Meshi for the lesbians and was surprised by a delightfully intense and intricate and well thought out story. And I can't escape the shipping because I fucking am bicycling Mithrin with everyone. Lord help me. But no. This is not good advice. Because it doesn't... People are going to remember the last moment, yes. Because that's the last moment of the story. But they're also, like, if they're people who like shipping, who like romance, and that's a lot of what fandom ends up focusing on because there's so much self-indulgence that can get into that with that, you're going to have it regardless. My advice is this: don't worry about that shit. The fandom will do what it wants to do, and you trying to control for it, whatever. You're just going to give yourself a heartbreak, because they're not going to react how you want them to react. People are people, they're going to react in weird ways. And if you are worried about that, beta readers, sensitivity readers, writing groups, all great ways to try and get more in-depth background information and figuring out what people are taking away from the story so that you can course correct before you release it to the wider public. But at the end of the day, people are going to take away what they want to take away. If they want to ship, they're going to ship. If they want to go into minute detail about someone's, like, vor fetish, louse, they're going to do that. And it's okay. Let them do what they need. Let them do what they want. Your story is ultimately your story, and if people resonate with it, they're going to resonate with it, regardless of, like, what aspects or what the greater majority does. I think worrying about what people are taking away from it ends up just paralyzing you towards being able to work, you know? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, we did 69, we did slow burn. We know Lily Orchard does not understand what slow burn is. Okay, 70. Sexual awakening is not a real character arc. That is a lie. Because I personally have gone through my sexual awakening character arc, and it was marvelous and traumatizing in equal measure. And it is ongoing. Okay, but seriously, no. Sexual awakening can be a character arc, can be an important one. There is a need for positive representations of sex and sexuality of every dynamic, I believe. And having characters learn about themselves and explore that in a way that allows the reader to engage with and explore in a healthy, safe way, I think that's important. So I'm going to disagree for a multitude of reasons, but mostly because I feel like as someone who writes with intent, I do think having characters exploring their sexuality is both a good way to have character arcs, have character development, and become metaphorical of larger pieces overall. Like, yeah, that's it. That's all I got for that one. It's just, again, she's factually incorrect. She's doing these are my preferences, therefore this is the only correct way to do XYZ, which is not much in the way of general writing tips, Lily Orchard. You are not doing it right. Let's see. 71. The only people who think boob armor makes sense are people who have never touched a boob. Lily Orchard, you've never had very large boobs. I did before I had top surgery. You sometimes want space, but the way that fantasy boob armor, where it's got the uniboob and shit, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well, no, uniboob makes sense. Putting each tit into an individual cup so that a sword being swung at it will then go in between the tits, that doesn't make sense. But having a extension for like a larger chest does make sense. And there's ways to make the boob armor make sense. You don't, like, generally, I'll give her this one. I'll give her half a point. Boob armor, and it's just kind of dumb at the end of the day. You can do without it. You can do better. Random writers whom I don't know, you can do better. And I can go to bed. Nope, I can't go to bed. Why can the villagers go to bed before me? Let me sleep. Don't look at me. Let's see. 72. The bow and arrow are strength weapons, not dexterity weapons. Female characters who do archery should naturally be very physically strong. Longbows have a draw weight of 80 to 150 pounds. Rangers are always stronger than warriors. Deal with it. What? She had me in this beginning, not gonna lie. Oh, it's a little bit of a lie. She had me in discussing how rangers and characters who use bows should be strong and frequently are not treated as such by the narrative. But then she went and said that they're always stronger than warriors, and I'm not gonna lie, you completely lost me there. Because saying an always statement is bad. Also, I'm pretty sure the reason that bows are classified as dex weapons is because they're more concerned with accuracy and aim, which get classified in classic tabletop as dexterity shit, versus swords and things, which swords typically aren't heavy. They're like 2 pounds, I think. It's been a while since I've actually done research for my Chronicles of Narnia Queer Closet thing. But you're swinging those around, and also warriors and fighters are typically wearing heavier armor than rangers, because rangers are looking to fight from a distance while warriors are fighting closer up. And yeah, no, I don't get it, and I don't know who this woman with the crazy eyebrows are. Isn't the crazy eyebrows and the ears make me think this is a what is it, World of Warcraft character? Because don't their elves do that? Don't their elves have the weird eyebrow things? I don't know who that is. I never played World of Warcraft. Until this computer right now, I've never had a computer that could, like, handle playing video games. Okay, anyway, 73. The best way to avoid tokenism is multiple characters. That's true. When we were discussing earlier the having one gay flamboyant character, or one black woman lesbian, or one non-binary shapeshifter, yeah, that the best way to prevent the one character having to fit every single role and not fit into any stereotypes and be their own well-rounded character, the best way to avoid that is to have multiple characters of the same race, the same gender, the same sexuality, same presentations, or similar overlapping. So, yeah, agreed. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. Okay, 74. Want an easy way to become more accustomed to diverse casts? Limit your straight white cis characters to one of each. Those can be 3 characters for each trait, or pack it all in one character, but only one of each. That's a good writing exercise. I probably wouldn't always follow that all the way. Again, referencing my own writing. God, I'm gonna pull my own foot with this. Speaking of my own writing, my Narnia as a Queer Closet story is very heavily, it's focused in Alabama in the early 2000s-ish, early mid-2000s-ish, and the character lives in a mostly white neighborhood, mostly white town. It's called Nowhere, Alabama, because I'm very original and clever that way. And it's just not the first time I've used Nowhere, Alabama as a setting. It's not going to be the last. But it's a small, white, conservative town, so the characters are, for the most part, white. But since my character is a young queer trans man, he ends up associating with a lot of women and girls and a lot of visibly queer and kind of the social outcasts. So even though I'm writing in a world that is mostly this very specific thing, I still took the time and effort to not only have my character be associating with my more diverse cast, but I made it understandable within that universe how he has gotten to that point. It's not unrealistic, it's not pandering, and it's not like ignoring the story for forced diversity or whatever you might want to call it. It's what would happen if you were a young 14-year-old trans boy who came back from Narnia, who who is trying to find his own people and finding his place in the world, and grew up until that point as a girl. So, yeah, I'm tooting my own horn a little bit there, sorry. But yeah, no, that's a good writing exercise. I would suggest if people aren't used to trying to write diverse people, also just going through an existing manuscript and changing character descriptions out to be characters of color, and changing out names to characters of color, it's a good start as well. You can then slowly go in and try and add that diversity that is more in keeping. Like maybe you have a Latina character who maybe doesn't speak Spanish but has a grandmother who does, and so she understands a little bit of Spanish and ends up like believing something like, I don't know, Vaseline is the cure-all for the common cold, the flu, everything. You got to put Vaseline on your chest, you got to put it on the bottoms of your feet. This is how you take care of yourself when you're sick, and that comes through when she's taking care of her love interest, and her love interest is sick, and it's just like, why the fuck are you rubbing Vaseline all over me? And she's like, this is how you do it. And, or talking about like a black character waking up and taking their bonnet off. Small things like that are great ways to start bringing in inclusion after you go through your document and you start looking at characters and you start changing their identities. Because a lot of times if you are working with a default white cast, it's pretty easy to race bend and gender bend. Like, a lot of tertiary, even primary characters their identity in that way isn't as important as what some dude bro might be saying online or whatever. I'm out of steam. The 101 writing tips, which is really 99 writing tips because the last two are just dumb and not tips at all either. It takes a lot out of you after a minute, it seems. Alright, so next one. 75. Don't be afraid of failure and backlash if someone is screaming at you about how a character you made is racist. That is literally free writing advice that someone is just giving you. Look on the bright side of life for a change. I mean, it depends on who is screaming at you, why they're screaming at you. I don't fully agree. I agree with the vibes. When someone is telling you that a character is racist, or, like me, if you figure out later that your character is anti-Semitic, and no one told you for years. God, sorry, no, I'm mad at myself for that. But if you figure it out or someone is telling you, then yeah, no, take that as free writing advice. Someone might be an asshole about it, and if someone's being an asshole about it, it's a good way to double check your own vibes. Are you giving off the vibes where someone has to be an asshole to get through to you? Or are they just being an asshole for being an asshole? Because someone can give you good advice and still be an asshole and be completely unwarranted in how they're treating you, and you can take that advice and block them and say, fuck you for treating me that way. I am a human being, I am learning, and I gave you no reason to treat me that way, so goodbye. Like, you're totally within your right for choosing not to engage with them, even if they are giving you good advice. There's ways to handle criticism. There's ways to handle, and it's not just on the person taking the criticism. If you're giving someone criticism, there's ways to go about it that don't make you an awful, horrific person. But yeah, if someone starts saying that you're writing something in a racist manner, and they're being very vitriolic about it, I would take that as a vibe check on yourself first before you respond. Like, if they're being vitriolic, don't respond to them. Take the time that you need. They may get angry because you're not responding to them immediately, and you're not catering to their very angry needs, but you're welcome to take a minute. Take an hour, take a day, before you get back to them, if you choose to get back to them directly at all. If that's okay. The world has become smaller, the world has become more demanding on our time and instant availability. You don't have to give that to them. You're allowed to take a minute and figure things out on your own. Okay. Let me get back inside the wall and then we'll go on to the next one. Because I don't want to get eaten by a zombie. Do you have a bed? No. Shit. Don't want the iron golem to get beat up by a zombie. Get in. Close the door. My bed now. Okay. Number 76. People of color and LGBTA. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, asexual. So I know what Q is missing. I know she hates the word queer. What have intersex people done to her? Lily, where are the intersex? Why are you erasing intersex people? They're part of our community. And just like anyone else, they can choose not to be. Just like a non-binary person can say that they are not trans. But unless they choose to exclude themselves, intersex people are a minority. And they are a sexual and gender minority. So why did she take that out? This is the first time I noticed, and it's because it's the first time I'm reading these out loud. Anyway, I'm not a fan of the alphabet soup myself, so I'm just going to say queer. People of color and queer people are allowed to just exist. Don't feel like you have to cover bigotry just because they're in the story. In fact, people will be happier if you don't, because these characters defined by suffering are a tired trope. Yes and no. Let them just exist. We're allowed to just exist, and I'm totally fine with that. I have stories where their sexuality and their gender identity aren't big deals. They come to realize things about themselves throughout the story, maybe, but they don't, care. And then I have stories where, because of the genres that I choose to write in, it really doesn't matter. It's just part of the story. We're just going with it, and people are into it, and that's fine. But at the same time, the way that she concludes the sentence frustrates me, or concludes the tip frustrates me, because she goes from giving something that is decent advice, a decent tip, just let queer people and people of color exist. Good tip. Excellent tip. Perfect. Add on neurodivergent and physically disabled people, and you got it in one. But then, deciding to say, in fact, people will be happier. That feels like an all statement, and that isn't necessarily the case. Again, queer Narnia closet story. I focus a lot on my character's dealing with mourning and losing everything that he kind of grew up with. He's losing his adulthood, basically, funnily enough. And having to deal with being a child again, and dealing with being a child in a place that is going to give a shit that he's a gay trans boy. In the same breath, though, I would say that while those are important story beats, and they're not things I'm getting rid of just to please someone on the internet, I also really want to point out that my story isn't the queer people aren't suffering because they're queer. They are living their lives. and having a character discussing like how they are living their life and figuring that shit out, that doesn't, it's a story that's important, especially for younger people who may not have had that or may not have access to such a thing yet. And that's also part of what Thread Hunters, my comic, is about, and why I'm writing Thread Hunters to start off more metaphorically and work its way into explicitness of like transgender identities and mental health. And I mean, it's not even that subtle a thing. My second story is literally my lesbian character is going to be trying to figure out this whole, how do I present myself when I go to prom deal. It's the story I'm working on right now, actually, in between everything else that I'm doing. The first one is more of just an introduction in dealing with heritage in a way that it's. I had some Jewish people look over it and approve of it, but it's still a weirdly personal one, and this isn't the place to talk about it right now. That might be when I'm working on the website and reveal that stuff too, that sort of deal. But for now, yeah. Yeah, no, for the most part, agreed. But I think, again, she kind of shoots herself in the foot with her the last bit, which is very frustrating because, like, otherwise it could be like, agreed, move on, and move on. Which I am doing now. 77. I just want my readers, viewers to have fun is an excellent attitude to have when it comes to storytelling. Yeah, that's a fine attitude to have. It is one of many attitudes that you can have. You can also be like, I want to make the people that are reading this suffer, as is so common with like Wump and Heart Comfort. There's also, I want to use my story to deliver a message or to process something that I have not been able to process on my own yet. There is also, I'm sharing the story because I'm horny. And that's another one that is perfectly valid. Like, all of these are valid storytelling ideas. There's nothing wrong with them. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to tell a story that is fun, and is fun for your readers and fun for yourself. Like, you're not going to hear an argument from me on that. 78. As a general rule, slice of life has always been a more popular genre than action-adventure. That is untrue. I don't know where she gets those statistics, but when you look at, like, different genres of storytelling, popular books, popular movies, action-adventure is always on top. So this is a Lily Orchard-like slice of life, and therefore is trying to convince everyone that slice of life is the ideal, and it is just not true. Sorry that you can't get what you want, but it's not. What am I doing? Stop clicking things around. 79. Feature creep is a problem in storytelling as well. You don't have to cram every single idea, reference, and homage you can think of into a story. You can save ideas for another time. That's another one for Lily, so I'll give that to her. I do agree. You don't have to stuff everything into one story. In fact, in my experience, it is a pretty good idea if you're not hyperfixating on something to have multiple stories going at once so that you can hop from one to another in case you start getting burnt out. In which case, just open another document and start writing the next one. It's fine. You're good. You're not going to be in trouble for not writing the first story all the way through. You don't even have to write it in order. Just a pro tip, you don't have to write the whole thing in order. You can write it in a bunch of different pieces and then stitch it back together. And then in your second draft, be like, okay, where am I missing tendons? And make sure it all is coherent from there. But you didn't hear that from me, so you did. don't gotta write it in order. It's fine. You don't gotta write it all at once. Unless you are very seriously hyper-focusing and you're being manic and don't have anything else to focus on without potentially hurting yourself or spending too much money. That is a different story for a different day. Okay, loading for more images. Afraid of failure backlash. There we go. D&D alignments are terrible metrics for character design. They're meant as a quick reference for improv, and a TTRPG environment shouldn't be taken outside that environment. Okay, I am going to assume she means the lawful, chaotic, neutral, good, evil chart thing. Generally agree. Trying to force your character into one of those alignment charts isn't ideal for writing. It's a good jumping off point, just like how her advice of like, if you're not used to writing diverse casts, start with trying to only have one instance of cishet white and working from there. And my writing advice of, if you have a finished manuscript, start looking through and start changing up character names and occupations and like genders and sexualities so you have more diversity. So I would say that's about where D&D alignment charts will start for me. It's a good starting off point, but if you limit yourself to that and to that as a mode of storytelling, you aren't going to get as far as you'd like, and you will feel like you have to stick yourself into that. It's also fun for fans to do, I'll be honest. It's something that is fun in fandom, and so it becomes very easy to do and get stuck in as a professional writer as well. Or professional writer. As a writer as well. Professional, published, fan fiction, whatever. Whatever type of writing you do, it's easy to get stuck in that, and that itself is not a horrible thing. If it's something you want to do, instead of writing, go right for it. But yeah, generally I would say D&D charts, alignment charts, and D&D tropes and cliches and stuff, they're good starting points. The idea is you build off of them from there. So, we'll leave it at that and go to 81. When writing queer characters, stay as far away from Rocky Horror Picture Show as you possibly can. Some gay people hold it up as a meaningful part of our culture. It is not. It is a transphobic nightmare made by an actual TERF, not a reference guide for anything. Okay. Full disclosure. I have not watched Rocky Horror Picture Show. Why have I not watched Rocky Horror Picture Show when I have absolutely been okay with watching and learning from other stuff, or like Whipping Girl and shit? I am honestly trying to save it to go and watch in theater one day, to have that full theater experience. It's a cult classic. It is also part of queer history. And it is also, by modern standards, incredibly problematic. Like, we can't deny that if Rocky Horror Picture Show was made as it is today, it would rightfully be eviscerated. But that's okay, because it wasn't made today. Who made Rocky Horror? And why are we calling them a TERF? Yeah, 1975. My parents were 5. Block. Produced by Lou and Michael White, directed by Jem Sharman. So let's click on Lou. American Roxy Theater, West Hollywood. Grassroots, career, music, film, personal life, Jewish. Funny. But let's see. Wait. In 1976, Adler and his assistant were kidnapped from their Malibu home. Jesus Christ. That's the year after Rocky Horror was put through, though. That's fascinating. Shelley, separated, divorce, Nick Adler. Paige Hannah, 30 years as junior. Not seeing anything about him being a TERF. Lou Adler politics. Help if I could spell right. Now 3 years gone. I'm not seeing anything really about politics, so he probably wasn't super involved to not have anything at a glance. Verification too short to adequately summarize key points. Precioso and 101 stage shows. Jesus Christ. Scottish man. Career. Did Rocky Horror and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And that doesn't bode well to me liking Rocky Horror, honestly. I don't really like Monty Python. It's just not my, it's not my cup of tea. Going with the wind? Jesus, okay. Okay, let's see. Michael White. That's the most generic full name ever, by the way. Sorry, Mr. White. Journalist. Arkansas. Libertarian Party. Did she look up Michael White and saw Libertarian Party and decided that this was the same Michael White? Let's see. With a taste for the outlandish. So that's not helpful. Okay, let's go to Jim Sharman. More than 70 productions, renowned in Australia, life and career. Jesus Christ Superstar, Hair, Shirley Thompson versus the Alien, Shock Treatment. Yeah, I think if you wrote Jesus Christ Superstar or part of that, you're probably not going to be a TERF. Richard O'Brien. Shock Treatment, Dr. Cosmo, early life, career, later career. Ongoing struggle to reconcile cultural gender roles and described himself as transgender or of a third gender. There's a continuum of between male and female. Some are hardwired one way or the other. I'm in between. He talks about using estrogen for the previous decade. Whoops. Don't worry about that sound. I just broke my chair. But to be fair, it was already half broken. Transgender, or the third gender, talked about using estrogen for the previous decade. 70% male, 30% female. Supported the statements. Oh, here we go. In 2017, O'Brien caused controversy when he said that he supported the statements of Germaine Greer and Barry Humphries that trans women are not real women. He offered his sympathy to the trans community. He reported stating, I think anybody who decides to take the huge step with a sex change deserves encouragement and thumbs up. As long as they're happy and fulfilled, I applaud them to my very last day, but you can't ever become a natural woman. Okay. Alright, so this is where this is who she's calling a TERF. Richard O'Brien, who is apparently a not entirely wait, what was that? What? Hold on. Who did he voice? Ferb's father? Okay. That's something. Okay. Ferb's fucking voice. Ferb's father fucking... Okay. Okay. That's something else. Anyway, what I was trying to say before I got distracted by Phineas and Ferb. Richard O'Brien appears to be an old school trans adjacent person. I would, for simplicity, modernity's sake, I'm going to say that Richard O'Brien sounds like he is non-binary or on the gender fluid spectrum. He's not cishet. He actually sounds a lot like notable trans male porn star Buck Angel, who also says that a trans man can never be a natural man. It's a different way of discussing gender and sexual identity that in today's society is very not the way to discuss it, to say the least. It comes across as very transphobic, and there are people like J.K. Rowling who take statements like that and then use that to fuel everything and be openly transphobic and actively transphobic. I would not call Richard O'Brien a TERF. Not in the same way that I call J.K. Rowling a TERF, which is J.K. Rowling herself is not a radical feminist politically. She is fairly conservative, all things considered. But she does align herself with TERFs. She has been adopted by TERFs, etc., etc. So, for all intents and purposes, while Rowling, let me go really nerdy there for a second, while Rowling herself is not actually a TERF, she has been adopted and therefore is a spokesperson. Not due to her personal politics, but due to her beliefs and her big name giving her some credibility and etc. I'm done with that part. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, so interesting. I don't think I would call Richard O'Brien a TERF from just that little bit. I would have to see more about this interview and about his beliefs, but I would say he is speaking in a way that in modernity is extremely transphobic on not a super good look. That said, you cannot deny the cultural impact that Rocky Horror Picture Show has had on the queer world at large. It is an icon. It is a way that many people learned about trans women from the start, like me. I didn't learn that trans men existed for several years afterwards, but I learned about Rocky Horror Picture Show from cultural osmosis, and I learned that there were people who called themselves women and dressed up as women who were born men. And that Rocky Horror is how I found out about it in my little conservative, very Southern Baptist sheltered town in Alabama. So there is a lot there, and I can understand why someone like Lily Orchard might be uncomfortable with a classic like Rocky Horror Picture Show and may not want to engage with that history. And to be frank, I don't think she's a person who can talk about queer history with any level of nuance. I don't think it's something she cares to research. I don't think it's something she wants to study. But I do think because it's not something she's interested in, she shouldn't just be like talking about it. It's not her place to talk about. If you're not willing to look into the history and look into why this is considered a beloved classic and a tentpole in American queer history, then I'm sorry, you don't get an opinion. Your opinion does not matter, and you do not get to say, you do not get to deny the cultural impact that this story has. Just like I have my grievances against A Whipping Girl as a book, but I'm not ever going to deny the importance of it and the fact that it popularized the term transmisogyny and basically helped push forward trans feminist discussions a lot. I can point to it today, and I do, and I have pointed to it and pointed out the racism and sexism and the transandrophobia that it has, but I'm not, that doesn't undo the good that it's done. So, yeah, we can look at Rocky Horror Picture Show and we can say this is not something that would ever work today. But we can also look at Rocky Horror Picture Show and be like, this representation is why we're able to have something more meaningful representation now. And we can look at these old school trans people and be like, your language is not the language that is not appropriate language. Like, and there's just this, there's a divide that I do notice between older trans people and older trans works and literature and young people, because there's been a kind of a shift in how we discuss gender and sexual identity. And that older language has unfortunately been very co-opted by actual TERFs and J.K. Rowling and all of that ilk, unfortunately. So it's easy to become testy about that sort of language, because that's the sort of language that gets co-opted and used to affirm, yeah, the dude who wrote Rocky Horror Picture Show totally agrees with me that you can never be a natural woman. It's like, no one's arguing that a trans woman can't become a cis woman. No one's arguing that. But that's not the point, and that's not what they're trying to take away from the message. So yeah, Richard O'Brien. I want to look into more, so I want to look into his politics more and see if the politics end with this kind of scummy, easily appropriated language, or if there's something deeper there, if he is funding anything that is actively hurting trans people, especially trans women, which would kind of suck, considering Rocky Horror is a classic for a reason. But no, Lily Orchard, too long didn't listen. You don't get to dictate what is and what is not a queer classic. You do not get to dictate what is important in American queer history. It's not your place, because you don't want to do the research and engage with the history. And I can tell because of how you talk about the word queer. Okay, 82. The Q slur as a concept tactically reinforces heteronormativity by casting queer people as inherently strange and no big deal representation of where should be avoided. Normalizing queer people and the Q slur are like oil and water and don't go together. This is especially funny because I'm not a fan of her specific brand of alphabet soup, so I keep saying queer instead of LGBTA. So, normalizing the Q slur and queer. Okay, yeah, you guys get it, and that's why it's so funny. But, yeah, alright, let's engage with this again. The Q slur normalizes the idea of queer people being strange. That is a person who has looked up the, dictionary definition of it and refused to go back and do any further research, look into why we use the word queer within academia, why it has continued to be reclaimed and has actively been reclaimed as long as it's been used as a slur, and kind of ignores the fact that gay, dyke, and faggot, all words that have been used against me before I knew anything about my queerness, why those are all words that have still been used as insults, but still have been reclaimed by different people for different reasons. And I mentioned this before, Cy Scribbles has this thing about the R word, and claims that she makes very similar claims about the word queer that Lily Orchard does. and is uncomfortable with the word queer. Sai is also about 10 years older than me-ish. I believe she's in her 40s and I'm in my 30s. I'm the same age as Lily. And so I get that she's from an older time. I also know when I was a kid, again, in conservative white Alabama, I was taught not to use the R word because it was a slur. And it was a very negative slur. And I've never said it outside of I think an academic paper where I was talking about mental retardation and its history as a medical diagnosis. This is back when I was pre-med, so I was turning everything that I was working on into talking about the stuff that I cared about. But that's still different from just saying the word as it is. And it's hard because the Q word, the R word, and the N word are all slurs that have been, to some extent, in some ways, reclaimed, and to some extent have not. And the amount of reclamation depends on the word that we're talking about and the community we're discussing. Like the N word, it's a slur. I'm white. I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to say it in an academic setting because there's no reason why in academia I would say that and would not say something more like the Spanish word for black instead of, why I wouldn't use that instead of the hard R N word, that sort of thing. There's no reason for me to use it. But it has, by and large, been reclaimed by black Americans, and there are cultures, and there's entire cultures, like in, I believe Thailand is where the Boyfriend's comic creator is from, where the word does not have the same meaning as it does here, so people who have grown up on black American culture will just say it and not realize it's kind of a vile word and not theirs to use, and then they grow up and they realize I said this word on Twitter and now I'm being canceled for it even though I've apologized and I've not used it since. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna get killed by one of the golems, I swear. Anyway, so there is that. The R word is more complicated. There's never been a real big push to reclaim the word, in large part because the word itself was used in medical terms to describe a whole lot of different things, and it's hard to have a coherent group try and take it back. Like, the word queer has been reclaimed, people have worked to reclaim it as much as it's been used against them pretty much since its inception. You look at it historically, you can see that. We're not getting into that here with a stream right now, unfortunately. The R word, not so much. And the R word, when it's used in very much the same context that it's been used as an insult before, I don't see that as a reclamation so much as a using it as it was intended to be used, which is why I have a problem with Sai saying it and why I have a problem with it being used, kind of period. Even though I do have neurodivergence that could include me in the it's okay to say it group, I don't want to. I don't feel like it's never been used against me personally, so I don't even have that as a reason to try and reclaim it. But even using that as an excuse, it's a lot. Anyway, we're not talking about the R word, we're talking about the Q slur. The like oil and water just amuses me. Because, again, just Lily Orchard does not have a leg to stand on here. She does not study history, queer history at all. She doesn't make an effort. She doesn't pretend to care. So why would I listen to her about what I can and can't say when I have done the research, when I have looked into queer history and have had these words used against me? Like, these are words that I can choose to reclaim. These are words that I do choose to reclaim and say and use for myself and my own identity. And her just being like, no, this is bad forever because there's some people who are uncomfortable with it. It's not her place to say. It's not her place to police it. If she's uncomfortable being called queer, okay, I won't call her that. That's fine. But I'm not going to tag my stuff with the Q slur. I'm not going to censor myself or what I call myself. And I'm not going to pretend that the decades and decades of queer history and the reclamation that has begun since long before either of us were born and will continue long after we're dead is not in part governed by like getting to reuse these words. I don't know. I got a little off track. Basically, she doesn't study queer history. I won't call her explicitly queer, but like I won't call Psy explicitly queer because they don't wish to have that word used with them. But she doesn't get to dictate what does and doesn't belong in no big deal representation, whatever that means. And she doesn't get to decide that she's not the sole arbiter of what is and isn't okay to say when she doesn't even pretend to study queer history. Like, you don't get to tell me what to do. Sorry. Maybe go read with me, girl, and I'll give you like half a benefit of a doubt. Jesus. Okay, 83. Rape is an unforgivable crime, more so than killing. Killing can potentially be justified in a story without becoming a villain. Rape cannot. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree. Killing can be justified. I think we've talked about like how there are stories where killing does not make sense for the character and the story being told. But in this case, like, rape, no. Like, I'm trying to stillman any opposition, but honestly, the only way that I could see rape being not okay, but not destroying a character's reputation with with an audience, without, like, bending the story outside of if you have characters with a decent moral code as their protagonist. The only way I see that working is if it's I'm trying to still man, but the only thing I can think of is like if both people were drunk and thus couldn't like fully consent to said activity. And because then we're going into enthusiastic consent versus like consent and informed consent, and that's a whole different thing. Like, enthusiastic consent gets dicey when you're dealing with an asexual person who is sex neutral or with an asexual person who's sex neutral especially and is having sex not because they necessarily want it, they're not enthusiastic about it, but they do want to please their partner. But no, she's right. I can't stillman this. And I love playing devil's advocate when it comes to Lily Orchard, so no, this is a big win. I'm going to give her like 3 points for this. I am not going to check the points, so maybe I'll scroll through at the end and grade her out of 100. 84. Sex scenes are never necessary. You want to include one because you're horny, more power to you. Do not intend to justify any as important to the story. You will only get laughed at. Not true. When it comes to like romantic erotica especially, you can put a lot of sexual characterization and growth into a sex scene. And that can happen with other stuff too. I'm blanking on specifics right now because, admittedly, while I write erotica, I'm not comfortable sharing what I choose to read because that delves into my own private niches a bit. And that's, again, not something to talk about here on this particular channel right now. But there are ways to use a scene and utilize a scene. You can use any scene to promote character development, plot, or... yeah, those are the main two. Character development and plot advancement. A sex scene can be used to utilize either. It can also be used, and in fact, if you're writing something that's not pure erotica, you kind of want to make sure that your sex scene does serve one of those utilities. It can be extremely hot, it can be extremely titillating, but you want to make sure that you are writing with that in mind. Even if the entire thing is just a beat of rest for your characters, you can still use that to drive their characterization, show them how they react to certain situations and that sort of thing. Of course, you can also just have porn without plot, and that's fine too. But for a professional story that is maybe being turned into a TV show, a movie, or a published book that isn't just pure erotica blank material, you're going to want to actually spend some time and make sure that your sex scenes are providing something. It can be characterization, it can be plot advancement, it can be both, it can be some combination of one or the other, but a good story is going to take advantage of everything to expand the world and expand the characters in some way. And the best sex scenes can be both titillating and progress the story forward, just to say. And that is a skill. That is why I ghostwrite. Okay, tooting my own horn again, sorry. 85. Strong characters can still cry and need support from others. Vulnerability is not a character flaw. Yeah, okay, I agree. I don't really have anything to say about that. It's a okay tip. Peak TV, for number 86, is a fancy way of saying addiction-fueled misery porn. So what is peak TV? Also, y'all, why are you so stupid? Hold on, let me save my villagers. Okay, so what is peak TV exactly? Because I don't know. When I think peak TV, I think like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. What are their stories? I don't know. The Wire, I guess. I've not actually watched The Wire. I tried, but The Wire and House of Cards was actually very boring to me. So I never finished. And you know what? That's fine. It wasn't made for me. So, misery porn. Addiction-fueled misery porn. This isn't a tip. It's a vague, but I'm not understanding what she's vaguing about, so it's like not even worthwhile. 87. Addiction-based storytelling relies on serialization, cliffhangers, shocking twists, constantly raised stakes, and obsession with foreshadowing to get people to watch not because they're enjoying themselves, but because they're stuck on attention high. 87 Part 2. By the end, the viewer is not only watching for closure because they've already invested so much and they need their fix in order, or the viewer is only watching for closure. They need their fix in order to feel like it was worth it. The same business model. Don't insult soap operas. I've been having to do my fair share of research into soap operas, and they're insane and over the top and funny as hell. To me, not their target audience, but they're fun. People like watching them because they like the stakes, they like the over-the-top nature, They like the romance. Like, God forbid, someone just enjoys relationships building on each other and being crazy and a little bit stupid. I've been researching it for a different story. One of my characters likes soap operas versus their brother liking romance novels. And it's an actual characterization thing, so you know, it is what it is. But don't insult soap operas, come on. People like those for a reason, they're a mainstay for a reason, in the same way that cliffhangers and stuff, it's not addiction. Yes, they can use it in ways that work poorly and don't pay off well, but like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, both of those in particular, they worked with foreshadowing. And wait, what does she have against foreshadowing? Obsession with foreshadowing. I'll be honest, I don't even know what to make of this tip. It's like she just doesn't like shows that people consider to be classics and good. I guess Sopranos would be another one. I started watching that one and then I stopped and I don't remember why. But, I think she just has a problem with peak TV as an addiction. I'm not sure what to think of that, to be completely honest. Like, I can see what she's talking about. There are shows like Lost who have done that, and they get rightly roasted for it. But Lost is also like a peak of they didn't have everything planned out from the start, and it kind of shows. Versus stuff like Breaking Bad and Gravity Falls, where they had threads and stuff that they didn't know where they were going, and they didn't have the final villain or everything in mind. But, geez, okay. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this one. It's not a tip. It feels like more vaguing and more personal preference. Etc., etc., etc. Let's see. We're going to go to 88. If the sunk cost fallacy didn't exist, shows like Steven Universe and Game of Thrones would have been canceled by season 2. No. Okay, so is she vaguing about Game of Thrones? Because peak TV, I don't think Steven... Well, maybe she is vaguing about Steven Universe 2 in the last one. Because there is the whole Pink Diamond is Rose Quartz foreshadowing. That was very obvious and not a shock to people who were paying attention, and really cool twist, in my opinion, that makes sense within the narrative. But Game of Thrones, I already admitted I like A House of Dragon, and I like most of Game of Thrones, and I like the story of Song of Ice and Fire. But, how do I tackle this one, you guys? Game of Thrones ended season 1 with Ned Stark being beheaded. That is true. It was a shock. For anyone who hadn't read the books, I did not. But I did get spoiled because I didn't watch the first season until they were a couple seasons deep. But, like, I'm pretty sure before then HBO had already done them. And I'm sorry, but Steven Universe does not fit here at all. Because Steven Universe fucking... Season 1 is maybe the slowest and worst season outside of the last one because of the truncatedness of it. Because of the whole... It was very episodic. It was very comedy focused. Up until... Not Peridot. Jasper comes into play. You don't really have much of anything that's going on. You don't know what's happening in the future. It's getting set up. We're getting all this characterization and stuff set up so that they have something to be looking forward to. But it's also just, no, No, if Steven Universe was going off by, if they were waiting until the end of season 1 to choose to renew Steven Universe, they would not have renewed it. Like, I'm sorry, you think you're saying something, but you really are not. Sunk cost fallacy is also just not how studio networks choose to do things. If that was true, stuff wouldn't have been canceled on Cartoon Network. With Cartoon Network in particular, it's like about the toys. It's about merchandising ability. And Steven Universe was already on thin ice because they don't think that toys that are more marketed towards girls are as profitable. And then we had the lesbian kiss, even though they're non-binary, they're lesbians. And yeah. Yeah, no, this is just dumb. This is just, this is dumb and not accurate, and it's her trying to dig at Game of Thrones and Steven Universe for some reason. Very fun comparisons. 89. Hardcore fans will tell you that continuity is the most important thing. They're wrong. I don't understand where she's coming from with that. Don't know how to tackle that one. That's not a tip. That's not a writing tip. I'll say that. I do think it is important to try and keep your story making sense within itself. And I'll leave it at that. 90. This is too political is a complaint only made by conservatives when a story acknowledges that non-white and non-straight people exist. The existence of other kinds of people is not political. Ignore these complaints. Yeah, no, I agree. This is too political is, by and large, a dog whistle. Also, everything is inherently political in some shape or form, so, yeah, ignoring that sort of thing, feedback is totally justified. 91. The Little Mermaid and Cinderella are more feminist than Beauty and the Beast. This is just someone who, like me when I was younger, buys into the Stockholm Syndrome fallacy thing. Which, I want to do a video at some point. Stockholm Syndrome apparently isn't super really a thing, and I want to discuss that in the future. It is something that was made up to ignore the victim, of which it was named adjacent to after Deal. But, Little Mermaid and Cinderella, they are both very feminist especially for their time and for the characterizations, and I really like all three of these movies. But Beauty and the Beast is just as feminist. I think they are expressing femininity within different restrictions and within different ways. Okay, 92. If you want to know when to change a trans character's pronouns in the narration, doing so at the moment where they realize who they are and admit it to themselves out loud is chef's kiss. Agree. I also think it's fun if the narrator knows a little ahead of time and starts slipping in the correct pronouns early on is fun. It's something I'm experimenting with the second draft of ironically, Beauty and the Beast time loop retelling. 93. As long as it isn't harmful or bigoted, you don't have to justify any decisions made on the basis of self-indulgence. So I'm calling all my characters queer because I call myself queer because I can, and it's self-indulgence. She would say that it's harmful, but it's fine. I need to make another chest. But yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, if you're writing for yourself, especially, it's fine. Do things what you want. Okay. 94. Oh, I didn't realize we were in the 90s. We're getting close, guys. Vampires, werewolves are not inherently LGBT, aren't inherently queer-coded, and doing so is an example of othering. They work better as metaphors for aristocracy and predators rather than, respectively, than as the underclass. This feels like a JKR big post, which is fine. I just would like to point out that talking about werewolves not being able to be examples of other... I can't agree with this wholeheartedly. It's funny. It's just funny because the metaphors of vampires really depends on like the time period that we're discussing and how the author is using them. And it is totally normal and natural to use vampires and werewolves as queer-coded characters. It is helpful if you have queer characters who are, if there are humans in your story, and they are active protagonists and not antagonists solely. Having queer protagonist humans will help with the potential otheringness that she is so scared of. But generally, you can take my queer werewolves and vampires away from me with a fucking iron fork. Also, aristocracy in this time of day, I think we were talking more about billionaires, and that can be a useful discussion, but it's not the only way that you can use vampires and werewolves. And we're just going to leave it at that. 95. Some of the best stories ever made were written as an act of spite. I agree. One of my favorite stories I'm editing right now is clearly a thing born out of disliking 50 Shades of Grey. And I'm currently just kind of like getting rid of some of the obvious 50 Shades things that, because it develops into something about mental health, and also, ironically enough, has vampires and a werewolf therapist, so, you know, whatever. 96. Any system of government with the exception of fascism can exist in a positive or negative context. Monarchies are not always inherently evil. See Hawaiian pre-annexation. And democracies are not always inherently good. See USA. Right accordingly. We're not going to get into that, but I will point out that pre-colonization indigenous cultures are not perfect and should not be treated as though they are flawless. We should acknowledge the fact that pre-colonialization cultures did have warfare, did have slavery, did have like acts of human violations, and we don't talk about it because the colonizers did so much of that and more. Jazz hands. But that, this isn't the place for me to try and go into Hawaiian culture, and I'm not as refreshed on it as I wish that I was to be discussing this right now. But I know for a fact that Lily Orchard's definitely not able to discuss this thing at all, so like it's kind of funny to feel like I'm being more careful than she is currently. And like, I may talk out of my ass, but I'm also acknowledging that I am talking out of my ass and the limitations of thereof. See, lesbian is still on good... This is 97. Lesbian still on good terms with her ex-boyfriend from before coming out. Is a really cute friendship trope, as is vice versa. It is. This isn't really a tip. This is just something. Something that she would enjoy reading, so she's writing this down for people to see. Which is fine, but it's not a writing tip. Come on, I want a shovel. 98. The only real difference between an extremely close platonic relationship and a romantic relationship is what people involved choose to call it. Best friends are not something that should never be prefixed with the word just. This explains a lot about her writing, and I was going to talk about her writing and read some of it today, but it's already 6:05, and I think I've been streaming since like 2. So I will be ending it after I get through with these tips and doing... Wait, there's 2 of you? Cool. With the tips and everything. But I would argue it's kind of funny considering how she writes sibling relationships, and also generally I don't want, it feels like a little othering of aromantic people, and as someone who is on the aromantic spectrum, that's a little bothersome, because part of why I still struggle with the idea of wanting to be in a relationship of some sort sometime is growing up with being told that this is basically what friendships and relationships are. I don't know. It's a little sticky for me. A little sticky, and I can't explain totally why. But I don't think this is a tip, and I think it's funny considering she's been told multiple times that the way she writes sibling platonic relationships is a lot like romantic relationships, and she gets so defensive, but she never tries to write it differently. 99. Normalize friends saying I love you to each other. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Not a tip, but that's fine. 100. If you write a 100-tweet long thread of writing advice, you are a huge loser with way too much free time on your hands. Get back to work and do something productive with your time. And 101. Tips and rules are two different words. 101's why I've been trying to harp on the fact that this is a tip thing and not hardcore advice. Yeah, the last two you can see why they basically don't count. But, God, my brain fucking fried from reading all of this. I think we should grade her. She gave us approximately 101 tips, so we can give her a grade of 100 with a bonus point. So, what I'm going to do, we're going to quit. Open OBS again. We are going to transform this. Come on. I know I can do it. And let's scroll our way back up. All the way up, all the way up. Okay, so, 1, don't worry about spoilers. This is a tip. We're just going to grade based on spoilers. Or, we're not going to grade it based on spoilers. We're going to grade basically on if these are actually tips or not. So, starting with this one. So 1 is kind of a tip. Don't worry about spoilers. 2, middle point is 5-season show. This is a tip. It's annoying, but it is kind of technically a tip. Friends to lovers and enemies to lovers. That is not a tip. Victims of abuse moving away from negative impacts of their abuse and becoming healthier, not redemption arcs. Not really a tip. Heroes refusing to kill the actively murder feelings enabling. Not really a tip. 2, lemon kissing, is it revolutionaries, fetishized abuse and violence, not really a tip. Twitter is an inappropriate place to reveal story details, yes. When a character's body count is over 10,000, no longer redeemable, not really a tip. Actually, can we? So tips. So that's 3 so far. Personal taste. Vague blog. Alright, so let's go back up. So, tip. Personal taste is number 3. Is this one is a vague blog. Victims of abuse is a vague blog. Heroes refusing to kill villains is a vague blog. Women kissing each other is a vague blog. Okay, character body count, vague blog. Does not apply to that, and that's not counting for anything. Everything in the story is there because the creator wished it to be there. That is a tip. Don't pair adults with minors. That's pedophilia. I'm not sure that's a tip or a vague blog. I'm going to put it under vague blog because of the rest of it. Don't sexualize teenage characters. Don't make up weird anime excuses. Making a metaphor is always inherently inferior, just to comparison. I'm going to call that one a tip. There are humans in your story. Yep. However, all of these kind of get covered into vague blogging, so we're going to say 16 is vague blog. 18 with the non-binary, vague blog. 19 autistic character, vague blog. 20 black character, vague blog. 21 black woman, vague blog. Trans woman, drag queen, all but name, vague blog. 23 force a woman to kiss her abuser, you're a huge turd, vague blog. You sideline every non-white character to focus on white, that's a vague blog for sure. Justifying horny character who don't have sexual agency, you made them as a justification, see Rule 10. I'll count that as a tip. 26 I'm not dealing with because it's tied into the other. Don't worry about having anything planned out beforehand. I will count this as a tip even though it's a bad tip. Don't try and do what Avatar did. You can't. I'll tip. Low stakes will always be more satisfying. That's personal taste. Choose whether you're comedy or drama at the start and stick to it. And this is a vague blog. World building is like salt. Pinch. That's a tip. Characters should always come before anything else. I'm going to put that under personal taste, because you can have plot-specific stories. Protagonist should be the protagonist, not just a vessel. That just meaningless, so we're not counting it. Perspective shifts are a staple of storytelling. Having only one isn't a stylistic choice, it's just crap. That's personal taste. Don't hire writers, storyboarders that can't. That's a vague blog. Rule 2, will they, won't they isn't a fun story. That is personal taste. Romance trope, but gay, not absolute rogue, gay, Raylo, and is that even a vague? We're going to put it under vague blog. Because we can. Because it's about She-Ra. Who once said, we need more lesbian non-con because purity is boring. Dangerous, violent person. Don't not listen to them. They do not have a point. Seriously, my fucking god. Okay. I'm not dealing with fetishize them. Gaslighting you. Abuse fetishize giving you shit. These are not anything. They're not any... Rape victims are not villains. Straight men really hate a certain character. The writers believe Simon Infinity that best solution to a love triangle is polyamory. I'm going to count that as personal taste. Male character actually shows that. Mary Sue is not a real criticism, so I'm going to count that as a tip, but it's not complete. Also, my tips don't mean that they're good. Emotional vulnerabilities and anti-feminist, that's fine. Inherently anti-Semitic. Bigoted trope is not the trust or too much. Writing a relationship based on a dynamic. That's bad. Well, it's a tip, but it's bad. Should I only be doing the good tips? I'm only doing the ones that got halfway points for tips. Vitriol does not immediately render criticism and bad, but you will likely miss something important. I don't know. I'm not counting that one. We'll fight and argue. We're not dealing with fandom stuff, because those are not writing tips. Fan service. I gave that as a half a 1 to her. I'll give it to her. Shipping to dominate discourse. That's not it. Complaints about too much negativity. If you're doing something, this is cancel culture. Forced diversity is a right-wing dog whistle, not a criticism. I'll count that as a tip. Reclaim serves and should never be included in a work. Nope. Oppressed people fighting against their oppressors are not villains. We're going to put that under personal taste. Writing fantasy, dragons, medieval, an idiot. It's not really a tip, though. That's more of a vague blog. Best potential, that's personal taste. Don't want to accident everyone's defined by their relationships. That's not anything. Only remember, this is not a good tip. Slow burn, this was just factually wrong. Sexual awakening is also wrong. Boob armor, bow and arrow was wrong. Tokenism is multiple characters, yes. Easy way to become more accustomed to diverse. I'm going to count this as a tip because it's a good writing prompt. Don't be afraid of failure and backlash. People of color and allowed to exist. I'll count that as a tip. I want my readers, writers, yeah, that's fine. Slice of life, no, that's a personal taste. Feature creep, I'm going to count that. D&D alignments, I'm not going to count that because of the way she's writing about it. We're not talking about Rock Horror Picture Show because, no. Hue slur, no. Rate, I'm going to count that as a tip. Sex scenes are never necessary, nope. Strong characters can still fly and you cry. Peak TV, nope. Addiction storytelling, nope. Sunk cost fallacy, nope. Continuity, nope. This is too political. I want to say that's a tip. And there's like 2 of these in here that are more about responses to your writing than about writing, but it's fine. Trans characters' pronouns, that's fine. Harmful or bigoted, don't have to justify, that's fine. Vampires, werewolves, some of the best stories were written as an act of spite, Not counting the government one, lesbian still, that's cute, but it's not really a tip. The only real difference, no. Okay, so what we've got. Tips, she's going to get a point for, and we'll figure it out of 101. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. She gets a 24 out of 100. Which, if we do that, that's like, it's an F grade. That 24 out of 100 are tips that are even halfway worth. First off, they have to be writing tips. Second off, they have to be halfway worth anything. So, Jesus Christ, yep. Cool. Cool. I just spent, 5 hours talking about this? She had almost as many vague logs that I could catch. Jesus Christ, okay. Yeah, so, long story short, Lily Orchard is not good at giving writing advice. And I think the next Lily Orchard video is going to be me actually looking at some of her writing and going through and figuring out what the fuck is going on. But for now, I'm tired, I've lost my voice, and I want to take a nap before I do something else for the day. So, thank you so much for stopping by, thank you so much for listening if you're listening to this as a VOD, and thank you so much for listening if you're listening to this as an edited down video, because that will happen eventually. Anyway, it's good to be back.